Start. You hear that? Hi, I'm Mac McCarthy, and I help people with their breakups. And we got a new show, Breakup Podcast number 7, Ultimatums in Relationships. I'm going to talk about ultimatums in relationships. I've talked about it on the channel before, but we're going to unpack it a little deeper today, and actually have a story that came in about an ultimatum. I've actually had one in my own past relationships, and sometimes the outcome's a bit predictable. So if you like this channel, throw me a like. If you don't like it, don't like it. It's better to have an opinion. If you want to subscribe. There'll be live streams every day this week. And if you want to send in your story to writemac.com, WRITEMAC.com, send it into my profile, and I will get back to you possibly on a public YouTube response, private YouTube response, which means it's for your eyes only. Or if you want to go straight to a live coaching session, that's available on Skype or FaceTime. Today we will unpack some stories, and if at some point someone wants to unpack their story after the show, I'm open to doing a call today for the first time. So that's something we'd have to organize pretty quickly and get some exchange. What's up, Philip? How you doing, buddy? Well, not well, good, not good. Part of the breakup, up and down of emotions, right? I'm good today, but I'm not good tomorrow. So today, like I said, we have some stories on deck, and I'm going to talk about ultimatums. I'm good. Well, it's good to be good. I'm good today, too. You know, it's been a long time coming to get some good microphones in here. Jamie G. Hey, Mac. How are you, Jamie? Jamie, I don't know if I've seen you on the show before, but if you have some questions, please shoot. I'm excellent, Philip. I'm really excited about getting this equipment to work, using a new podcast setup that actually is professional. The sound's good. Wearing the headphones is a little different than I'm used to. Having a friend on the mixer is a little different than I'm used to. Al, if you want to say hello.
Hello, guys.
So this is all new to me, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to get better and better and better and better. And I would appreciate, thanks, David, I appreciate it. You got the banana trees in the background for you, bud. If you, Matt A., what's up, buddy? How are you? Well. Last time I spoke to you, I wasn't feeling too well. First-time viewer. Well, I don't have a prize for you, but you're in for a real treat. So, yeah, today I could talk to some people. Like I said, at some point I got 2 stories to go through, some ultimatums. And I'm thinking one of the things I might do, if someone wants to talk and reveal their full story, we can do a call-in. We're going to try that for the first time. I've tested it here. I haven't talked to someone long distance. We'll probably have to use something like WhatsApp or FaceTime or another line app. But I'm up for it. I got time today. I'm looking forward to it. So we got 8 on deck. Thanks for the likes, folk. Matt, just want to ask you one question. If it's the Matt A, I know. How you doing, bud? Calgary's finest, I believe. Let's see. Let's get into a story since we got 8 on deck. Jamie G, if this is the first time you viewed, like I said, if you have some stories about your own breakup or a topic you want to talk about, just shoot. A lot of the people that come on this live streams are kind of regulars. So doing Winnipeg, I knew right when I said Calgary, I was like, I was wrong. Doing good, man. I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Coach, I think girls invented no contact, so in the time we wait for them to contact, they just go out and find a new guy in peace. Well, Repa, you have it all wrong. All wrong, my friend. And I say that with compassion. Because the idea that this is the part where you're wrong. So in time we wait, you shouldn't be waiting. See, that's the problem. If you do no contact with this idea that you're waiting for something to occur with your ex, that's just not a good position to be in. What you want to be is proactive with yourself, and be in a really good place with yourself. And the idea of no contact is to move forward. I know the no contact is for us to grow. But I know that sounds like a blanket positive statement generalization, right? So you need to make it more specific. That's the key. When someone says it to you, you're like, yeah, I know. But if you can somehow plug into it the things that you want to work on, which are individual to you, then you might be able to get a little more excited about it. But that narrative that you have right there, that women invented it, so in time we wait for them, they just go out and find a new guy, is extremely negative and is really not going to serve you. If you meant it as a joke, I understand, and I've been there before. I've been in that negative place. I remember my narrative during the breakup that I had, that I felt that was so bad, and now I could care less, and I'm in a really good place in my own life, and especially with the breakup, right? Mine was like, oh man, when you're down and things are down for you, that's when women will leave you. And I had a couple examples of friends that I felt filled that narrative, and I clung to that for a little while. Like I held on to that when you're down and out and your job's not good and you're not in a good place and things are going on with your family, that's when a woman will leave you. That's when they're not with you. And it was in like looking back, right? At the time, it's just a pity party. That's just an outlook. And you know what? It's partially true. Who wants to be with someone, if you're happy in your own life, or not even just happy, just content, that's complaining, that doesn't like their job, that's not happy at where they're at, that has some bad habits? Who wants to be with someone like that long term, right? So yeah, it is true actually. And it is true that there are some women in the time, Repa, there are some times that women during the no contact that you're in will meet another man. And here's the thing that's really interesting. The thing that's really interesting is the people, I've talked about this many times, the people that do the best out of a breakup are the people that are doing the best for themselves. What do I mean by that? They exercise regularly. They probably eat healthy. They have a job they like. They're proud and privileged of the job they do. They have a good social life. Like, these are the kind of people you're just not. And then someone goes, "Oh yeah, they just don't care about me." No, they're gonna be a commodity when they hit the open market, because other people see what you see, right? It's like if you work at a large company or a place where you interact with a lot of people. I've been a teacher for years, so it's not a company, but it's a place where you interact with a lot of different people, right? They're different ages, different levels. And you could pick out individuals you work with that you're not even close with, that you don't even know that well, but you know them, you've conversated with them, and you could line up 10 people and you could go, and looking at it completely objectively, by the way, you'd go, well, this person out of a breakup would probably do really well. And the reason why is because they're gonna have a lot of interest. They're gonna look at it in some kind of positive way. They're gonna be able to rotate out of it. That being said, I've had friends before, or distant friends now, but friends that I was close to before, and I remember one specific case. One of my buddies that I grew up with, always good with women. Women were highly attracted to him. Good-looking dude, had a good job. Just always had a lot going for him. And I mean, he was always talking to multiple women, and women, if you brought him to a party, a lot of eyes were on him. You follow what I'm saying? So he was in a relationship, I think, for 2 or 3 years. And I was, we kind of fell off as friends, not because of a fight or anything like that. We just drifted in different directions, or went in different directions. But that being said, when I had a breakup in my late 20s, we were always cordial and in contact. He hit me up right away, and he's like, "Man, I didn't know you broke up. I'm here for you, da-di-da." And I said, "Wow, thanks, bro. This, that, and the other." He goes, "Man, when I broke up with so-and-so," I won't say her name, he goes, he's like, "I slept on the couch downstairs for 2 months because I couldn't even sleep in the same bed." I was like, "Really? You?" And he, of course, said, yeah, he immediately started dating, and he immediately started seeing new women. This guy had a very high confidence. But what shocked me is, no one's bulletproof in a breakup. Everyone gets hurt. Everyone gets hurt at a different level. The ones that really hurt are the ones that you didn't see coming. The ones that you're shocked. Second to the ones that, like, something shocking happens where you're like, I mean, one of them that sticks out to me, one guy had a breakup where they were on a vacation in Iceland. Yes, Iceland. And they were there for a few days. They had been dating for 3-4 months. This guy was a world traveler, had a lot of money, and he thought everything was peaches and cream. And she just broke down in the morning before they were supposed to go out and do whatever tourist type crap they were going to do, and just was like, "I'm sorry, I have to be honest with you. I'm just not into you that much." And he was crushed. And she gave reasons. She gave reasons. She was upfront about it, and the dude just lost it because he couldn't understand why she didn't find him to be that catch, and he couldn't understand why she didn't feel what he felt. And that's what people always come back to. They think everyone sees the world in the same eyes, and they don't. Reepa says, "Coach, we are the prize. We don't wait for anyone. If they call at time, we consider the next move." Well, that's the ideal place to be in, right? Luna Martinez, Ultimatums. I know them all too well. How's everything doing? Everything's excellent. Thanks for joining. So I'll get into the ultimatums thing. Why they don't work. Ultimatums. You know this word, Olive?
No.
Olive's of Thai descent, and so his English is excellent, but some words you don't know, right?
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum. Nah.
No, you don't know this one. All right, so class is in session. You're going to learn something new. Ultimatum is very similar to, well, not similar. An ultimatum is basically someone says, you got a choice. So, for example, Aleph, if you had a girlfriend that was, did you have a girlfriend in the past, Aleph, that was doing something you really didn't like?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, is there an example of that you want to share, or are you not open to?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, so what was it that you were like, if she doesn't stop doing this, I'm done?
Well, it's like she keep talking with her ex, which is we spending time together.
Okay, so she was talking to her ex,
Yes.
like in text
Yes.
and on the phone?
Some on the phone, not with me, but when we have lunch together, when we have dinner together, she's still texting with her ex.
She's texting with her ex.
Yes.
And so how did that make you feel?
I feel like, hey, if you can texting, but now we spend the time together, could you just respect our time?
So you're saying it was okay, like you're not going to check her phone, you're not going to check her private time, but while we're hanging out to be texting your ex, that's a no-no.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said that to her?
I said that.
Were you clear about it, or were you like, can you please stop doing that?
I say, hey, listen, just give some time. If you don't, that's fine. I will walk away.
That's an ultimatum.
Yes.
So an ultimatum is, if you don't do this, then we're done. So it's like you're saying, like, if you don't do what I say, there's a big consequence. So an ultimatum is like, for example, the big one would be that I always think of is when people are drinkers. My dad was an alcoholic when I was young, and like, if you don't stop drinking, we're done, right? My mom or something, you know what I mean? She never said that, but that would be what the problem is. So you go to the core of the problem and you're like, look, if you don't stop doing this, we're done. The problem is, I think the problem is adults don't like being told what to do by other adults because they're like, you're not my dad.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're not my mom. Like, you can't tell me what to do. So, but it's forceful and it's pushy. It's like I call it like gun to the head. You know, it's like you have to do this or else. And most people with any bit of confidence or respect for themselves, they don't accept it. They just don't, right? Because they find it to be, like I said, pushy and forceful. So it's not a win-win. It's not, you're not negotiating. So it's just like most relationships are a negotiation. It's like, where do you want to go for dinner? Aleph goes, oh, I want to go to this place. And your girlfriend goes, I don't like that place. And you go, okay, we'll go somewhere else. Or you go, no, you know what? I'm paying tonight. I choose. You're negotiating, right? You're giving reasons why this works for you, doesn't work for you. Negotiations are off on an ultimatum. It's like, nope, you either do this or we're done.
Actually, we have negotiated before. Before that, she also did this, and I say, "Could you please just stop? Like, could we spend the time together, not just with your phone while we hanging out?"
So you said please.
On the time, I just like trying to be polite first, cause it's like my last straw gonna be crack off.
See, that's what leads to an ultimatum. Good point. Is you're nice about it.
Yes.
And I would even use the word hint. A lot of people hint. You were directly kind about it.
Yeah.
But there's no consequence. So the person's like, oh, yeah, like Alep's never going to get mad about this, really. He's not that serious.
Well, who knows?
It's
Everyone have their own limit, right?
Everyone does.
Yeah.
But I think that people are scared of different consequences. So like when I was a kid, my mom could be like, tell me to do something like, I don't know, take out the trash, take out the garbage or something, which was common. And I'd be like, all right, I'll do it in a little. That was one of my chores as a kid. And I could be like, all right, I'll do it later. And I wouldn't feel like I had to do it, like I had to do it now. I respected my mom. I respected her. But I didn't feel pushed. If my dad said, Mac,
just go.
Take the garbage out now, I'd go, okay. I wouldn't even fucking hesitate. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of fear there.
Yeah.
And I didn't get beat as a kid or anything like that, but it's just different, right? Mm-hmm. My dad wouldn't have to say it twice. So I think that sometimes approach and the way people talk and respect vary, and that counts in a relationship. So when someone says like, please, can you? But I don't think it's a bad move because you're like, I'm being reasonable. Like I'm asking nicely. I'm being reasonable with you. So why you give ultimatums is you're fed up. Like you're done. Yeah. It's like boiling water. It's like, okay, what the fuck?
Yes.
Like now you've done it. I've told you a couple of times. You've done it again, and now this is like the 7th time. Then that's when you snap, yep. And you go, that's it. We have an ultimatum. If you don't stop texting this idiot, and you start getting angry about it, right?
Yeah.
So, and what you want is a quick turnaround. You're tired of what I mean by a quick turnaround. You're like, I want this to end now. So somehow you think the ultimatum will end it now. But the shitty thing about ultimatums, if they don't go your way, it's hard to go back on them. So like let's say for example, you do that, right, Aleph? You're like, look, if you don't stop texting your ex while we're hanging out, specifically when we're having dinner or lunch, I'm done. And she goes, so she needs to answer that there, right? Mm-hmm. She might go, well, I just text him. It's not serious. I don't love him.
My friend.
Is that what it was? Yeah, is that what it was? Mm-hmm. So I'm right? There was an excuse immediately.
Well, to be honest, I feel like, yeah, I know you're a friend. So what if I did it with my ex? What you gonna do? What she think?
And
when I did it, she's like, why you did that? I feel like, what the fuck what you did? So what you did? And then it's like I give the reason, I give the situation, what happened, what if. And then it's like, okay, like you said, my limitation on that thing is just stop where you're done. Like I told you, I'm sorry.
I'm okay with ultimatums. You just got to stick to them, because what you're saying is like, I'm not going to negotiate about this.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna play games about it, and I'm done. If you can stick to it, fine. The problem is sometimes people afterwards are like, oh, I don't know, like. Maybe I can give in to that, or like I don't really want to break up, because you got to stay strong to it, right? So I think that after the fact you feel bad about it, and in some ultimatum cases the person you're with will flip it. So like for example, oh, it's just my friend. Oh, you're not being reasonable. Oh, nobody tells me what to do, or like I said, you're not my father, or you're just not reasonable. Like, they'll give you reasons, but they're not answering the question, right? It's like, hey, look. So when can ultimatums work? Then this sounds kind of snaky, but I did a video on this and it didn't get a ton of views, but it's very, very true. Ultimatums work when you have leverage. Do you know what leverage is, Aleph? Mm-hmm. Leverage means like, for example, this sounds bad, but let's say it's a girlfriend, boyfriend, and the girlfriend, let's just put a different spin on this. The girlfriend has a lot of money. She inherited a ton of money, and she's got millions of dollars, right? And her boyfriend just kind of hangs out and lives off his girlfriend, right? Because she's got money, and she's happy to take care of him. She's like, don't worry about it. My parents are rich. My family's rich. I got you, right? And then, you know, from the outside in, you're like, damn, that's a cool-ass girlfriend, man. Like, she takes care of you. You guys get to travel a lot. She pays for dinner. She pays for where you stay. But what's wrong with that, Aleph?
You're going to let the girl lead you?
That's one thing. That's one thing. But on the flip side, she has all the leverage because you have no job and you're depending on her for money. And if she has a problem with you, let's say, for example, she's like, yeah, you know what? I don't like you going to your buddy's house to watch the ball games, whether that's football, baseball, whatever, because I want you at the house because I want you to take care of the dog when I'm not home, la-di-la-di-la. And the guy's like, no, I want to watch football. And she's like, you know what?
I pay your bill.
Yeah, exactly. That's leverage. So ultimatums, if there's enough of a consequence with leverage, where someone goes, and I've seen it before, right? This is what happens with divorce. In America, it's not the same like in other countries, but if someone throws out divorce, someone gets scared because it's like, all right, we got to split up all our money now. Some people have access to some of the money. It becomes a money thing. And so someone gets scared of that term. And so ultimatums work with leverage. Is it fair? No. But if you have, like I said, if you have leverage, like money, or there could be other things involved, then they could work because the person goes, I don't want the consequence, so I will give in. I will do what you say. So like I said, if you have a, this is just a classic situation where someone makes the money in a relationship and they're rich. Usually those relationships are very one-sided because one person is going, well, I don't want to leave this lifestyle. I have no skills to work now. Like, it's very dangerous for someone to get caught up with someone else that takes care of them because it's very exciting and fun. But if that person ever has a problem with you or doesn't like what you're doing, that they're not only your lover, your partner, but they're also your job. And that's a little scary, right? Because they're basically saying, like, I'm going to fire you. That's the reality of it. All right, folks, we got 14 on deck and 5 likes. Thank you. Let's get into the live stream a little bit and see what's going on. Ultimatums, I knew them all. David Jeffries, the one out of the blue, definitely do sting. Thank you for all your videos here. Thanks, Reepa. Rita Rose Hubblesworth, where are you at? You in Paris or you in New York, huh? Oscar Dahmer. I gave my your last name's Dahmer for real? Or is that or did you put that in? I gave my ex ultimatum, but I was bluffing. You want to elaborate more on that? That's the thing about an ultimatum. Do you know what bluffing is, Aleph?
Bluffing?
Yeah.
Nah.
Bluffing's like basically you're hoping for a result, but you're faking it. So bluffing is something they use for cards when people play poker, and they act like they have a good hand, but they really don't. It's not. Well, bluffing's kind of like gambling because, like, if you, for example, he's saying he gave his ex an ultimatum, like, look, I'm gonna leave you if you don't do this. I'm just giving you an example, but he really doesn't want to leave.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a fake. So the thing about bluffing, it could work for you, but when it doesn't work,
well, it's gonna be turned worse to the other side.
Yep. Okay, once an ultimatum comes up, that's a done deal. Hey, Mac, what's up? What's up, Petty Betty? Always a pleasure. The ultimatum thrown at me was delete your social media accounts or else we're done. I didn't abide by her rules, which led to 6 years of a relationship down the drain. I was in shock. Well, I mean, here's the thing. When you give in to an ultimatum you don't agree with, so that's the thing. If the ultimatum's reasonable, like I said, someone's a complete drunk wreck all the time, and they're driving home drunk or they're doing crazy things that are bad harm to them. And then somehow they're like, I can understand where my partner's coming from. This is a reasonable ultimatum. This is a reason. But if someone's like, delete all your social media accounts, and you're like, no, I'm not going to do it. Well, then the minute the thing that comes about here is that the minute you give in to one ultimatum, there's going to be another one in the future. So people are going to run a playbook. She's like, all right, whenever I want something from Luna, I just have to say, do this or we're done. And then they'll completely repeat. Alec, did you have coffee this morning?
Not much.
Yeah, I can tell.
Sorry.
You want one of those coffees in the fridge, bud?
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, sorry.
Wake the hell up. Look a little drowsy, man. Yeah. The minute you submit to an ultimatum is when you lose all your power. It is. And you kind of had one yourself, right, David? I'll rewind on that, though, David. It's good to see you in the live stream, by the way. It's one of those things that I believe you do have ultimatums. Like I said, when it's something you agree with, and you go, hey, actually, I do need to stop doing that or this. Jen, what's up? Just stopping by to say hi, coach. I guess everything's well. Haven't heard from you for a while. The Boogie Down Bronx. Remember the rapper Boogie Down Productions? He actually has like a spiritual YouTube channel now, right? Or he's like a Boogie Down Productions, I think it was. I forgot what song I really liked from that. Jen, how is everything? How's things going with Mr. Big? We talking about ultimatum. Okay. What? Do you remember that one? Boogie Down Productions? The new setup is great and the sound is fantastic. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it, Jen. I agree, though. If the ultimatum is reasonable, then I'd consider it. But if it's something that doesn't make sense, like what I dealt with, then it's best not to entertain. Yeah, I think when you start feeling like you're trying to appease someone and you don't agree with the idea of it, then you gotta second guess that. What about choices instead of ultimatum? What about choices instead of ultimatum? Oh, I know, Rita Rose. I know who it was. It was KRS-One. Dahmer is my last name. Really? Am I saying it right? Man. Because a lot of people don't use their real name. Oscar, welcome to the live stream. Let me know if you have any questions directly about your breakup or your situation. Word. I'm not really sure how things are. I'm still confused. Baby steps. Oh, no, Jen. Still? Okay. What about choices instead of ultimatum? Example would be telling he or she is free to do what she wants, but if she chooses the latter, I won't be there. That's pretty much an ultimatum, right? Wouldn't that be an ultimatum? That's like a passive-aggressive ultimatum. Specifically, what is it, Jamie G, if you'll divulge that? And then maybe we can get a little bit more detailed on that. All right, I'm gonna go into the story since we got 16 on deck. We got 2 stories to share. If you got a story you want to share, send it in to writemac.com. I can unpack it on one of these live streams, or we can do a private video response, or we can go straight into a live coaching session. Luna Martinez with a nice little donation / tip. Thank you. I appreciate you, bud. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Hello, coach. I just broke up with my girlfriend of 2 years last night. Right now, I can't believe it all. We were good together, and now she left for a guy she works with. Okay, I just broke up with my girlfriend 2 years last night. 2 years ago last night. This is where I'm confused. 2 years ago last night. So I just broke up with my girlfriend of 2 years last night. Okay, so that's a fresh wound. Right now, I can't believe it all. Of course you can. It's 2 years, and it's first 24 hours. I mean, this is tough. We were good together, and now she left for a guy she works with. So now the tough part is it sucks, but you're very clear on what the problem is. This is both of our first serious relationship. We met in college. Okay, so this is very common, that the first relationship's not going to be your last. I wasn't into her at first, but then she chased me, and then once we started dating, I fell for her. Now, looking back, I don't know what I was thinking. Well, you can't go back and change time. This isn't Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future or vice versa or whatever. Everything leads to something else. All paths lead to now. And the interesting thing, all bad paths lead to good paths sometimes. She's a selfish individual. I can see that now. Well, people do meet other people at work. That's not going to make you feel better, but it is a reality. Okay? I can't believe after 2 years she'd leave me for a coworker. This just blows me away. I mean, I'm a good-looking guy that gets a lot of attention. I mean, her friends salivate over me and even flirt with me. I don't get it. All right, well, the good news is if you're that good-looking, you're going to have a lot of options. So you can be upset about that, but actually it's a positive thing. The guy she left me for is just plain ugly, says you. The thing is, everyone's attracted to something different. I mean, I've had friends over the years that, they'll point out a woman in a restaurant or something like that, and they'll be like, did you see that woman over there? Did you see that? Did you see this? And then you look over and you're like, who? Which one? Oh, the red shirt? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, everyone's just attracted to someone different. The one thing he's got going for him is he makes good money, and he's in the same field as my ex, so she looks up to him. Well, there you go. That's attractive. And that's attractive at where she's at in her life right now. And that's not going to make you feel better, but hopefully it'll make you understand. And by the way, that doesn't mean you need to change and go into that field or be that kind of a guy because that's what she wants. If you're happy with who you are, then continue being you. I'm a personal trainer. He's in the same field as my ex. So I'm a personal trainer and a writer. I'm no slouch. Well, you don't have to prove that to me. You don't have to prove that to anyone else. By the way, if you pulled this woman and she was a good catch, you can pull another one. I just don't get how she could leave me for him. We were really great together. So let me repeat. You said that he makes good money and he's in the same field, so she looks up for him. That's why. That's why she found him attractive. That's why a lot of women find men attractive. It's not outlandish to think of. This isn't personal. He writes on, I don't get how she could leave me. We were really great together. So you're already into the past. The thing that gets me is our last conversation. She told me, it's not you, it's me. Well, that's a common statement. Basically, what she's saying is, you don't need to change who you are. She doesn't hate you, but she's made a different decision to go in a different direction, and it has nothing to do with who you are. In other words, you don't need to change who you are. That's not going to change the situation. That's what she means by it. She says, you were good to me. I just have to be honest. I didn't plan on falling for someone else like this. It wasn't my plan. She kept saying, but it happened, and I won't lie anymore about it. Now, again, you can be upset about that, but what she's doing is actually being honest and not playing you. Then she walked out with a bag full of her things. What do I do with that? Well, the only thing you can do, number one, is accept it. Number two, I would recommend if you guys lived in the same place that you consider moving, because if that's a place you shared together, there's going to be a lot of triggers there. Number three, get out of the house as often as possible. Change your routine, change your habits. Number four, I would not call her or send her an email or do anything like trying to get her back. She's with someone else. That's plain as day. And a lot of people will tell me too, they'll go, hey, I wish I knew she was with someone else, then I would be done. So you already have the end of the story. There's no open loop here. She's with someone else. She's clear as day about that. There's nothing to figure out here. And you're not going to be scraping and clawing. And I would stay away from making, oh, the guy's so ugly and I'm so good looking. If you're so good looking, put it to work, bud. What's your take? I'm angry. I don't want her back, but I can't get that last scene out of my head. How do I get this shit to go? That's a big one. Like you have a traumatic scene at the end of a breakup, things are said, and you keep coming back to that over and over again. If you wanted to fully unpack that in a breakup coaching session with myself, we can go through it and kind of strain through everything that was said and get it all out. Because I'm sure if there were 2 years there's a lot of things that you're withholding that are going through your mind right now. If you don't talk to me, talk to someone that's really close to you that you respect, and talk for an hour, 2 hours, and just get it all out. That would help quite a bit. All right, let me check in with the live stream really quick. Al, if you already drank your coffee or what?
Yes, I did.
You downed the whole thing?
Yeah, I did it now.
Wow. All right.
Do I look that sleepy?
Yeah, you looked very sleepy,
Yeah,
actually.
sorry. I just only have a few coffee this morning.
Did you get a new camera also? Nice video. No, it's the same camera. I just changed the camera angle. I changed the lights, but thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it, Jen. Oscar Dahmer says, Luna, thank you. Okay, I love the community here. I'm grateful to see the chat full with regulars and a couple new followers. Thanks, Luna. You're good people, dude. When this car hits 88 miles per hour, some serious shit is going to happen. What does that mean? What does that mean, Philip? Hazel Chavez says, who? I don't know what that's in regards for. Common interest when you work together. Yeah, why is it so common that people fall for coworkers? Because they have a lot of common interests. Some coworkers, you spend more time with them than you spend with your partner. So it happens all the time, and it's not personal. It's not intentional. It happens. People have a choice. They always cheat with the coworkers. Wish you did? Beautiful is in the eyes of the beholder. What's beautiful or handsome is not the same for everyone. That's for sure. Isn't it? I will say that there is some women or men out there that probably, 80 or 90% of the population goes, yeah, that one. And everyone's like, yeah, no, I saw her, or I saw him. Yeah, sure, of course, right? Those are the people that are in Hollywood a lot of times. Women love money. Does she make more money than him? Oscar says women love money. Oscar Dahmer.
Oh. Maybe some of them is not a gold digger.
I think a lot of people love money. And, it's interesting in knowing a lot of people over the years and even going through breakups. Sometimes people go, oh, I all they care about is money. I don't ever care about money. And a lot of times those people that say they don't care about money, they grew up rich. Oh, right. Or they grew up with significant amounts of money. So a lot of times people that have a high regard for money and put it first, they were poor at some point in their life, or when they were kids, they were, you hear this all the time. Jim Carrey has a story. Tony Robbins has a story. These people wanted to be famous and make money because at some point, they're like, Jim Carrey's father, I think, went completely broke at some point. And he said it was so, and someone might know the story better than I do. He said it was so heartbreaking that he just dreamed about making $10 million. And Jim Carrey's big on the law of attraction, actually. I don't know if you knew that. He's big on that. He claims that he used it quite a bit.
And the last time that I read about Jim Carrey, he said that money and famous is not everything in life.
Right. I would say I would take money over fame any day of the week.
Well, yeah, money.
I don't know if being famous is fun now. I think that you're gonna there's a lot to come with being famous, and there's like little detectives out there looking for ways to find out where you fucked up in your life, and then they put it all over the place, right? So like being famous, but I'll take the money, right?
They try to pin you down if you are famous, right?
Right. Well, then a lot of people that make a lot of money say there's a lot of people that want money from them because of it. There's a lot of people that'll come around, hey, man, can I borrow some money? Athletes always talk about this, like the amount of people that ask you for money once you have a lot of money. I've never been through that. But I'll tell you what, if I had $10 million, I'd be generous. Would you be generous, Aleph?
Of course.
Nothing worse than greedy rich people, right? Who doesn't love money? There's a lot of people out there that don't like I said, I've had people that are like, I just hate when people just care about money and stuff like that. Who wants a guy with mediocre mentality? Oscar Dahmer, who wants a guy with a mediocre? What does it mean to have a mediocre mentality? Well is not money. Women love challenges.
Right.
I would say that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
And I would say a lot of men don't like women that are challenging.
Really?
You like a woman that's a challenge?
I like everything that makes me challenge, actually.
Ah, wow. So hikes help me a lot. Something about reconnecting with Mother Nature helped me come at ease with my emotions. So at what point did you start the hikes? Because I remember you were really going through it for a while. But I would say going for walks and hikes and anything where you're out on your own and you have some time to reflect and you don't have people in your ear is a big time to figure out where you want to go. Excuse me. Rob says, Back to the Future? You made this Back to the Future reference as I was just being funny. Oh, okay. God, isn't it crazy? Back to the Future. Do you even know that movie, Aleph?
What movie?
Back to the Future?
Oh, yeah. I love that movie.
Really?
Yes.
That was before you were born. You were still swimming.
I know, but it's like we can watch it. Like they have a lot of remaster. So yeah, I'm a T McFly.
But Aleph, you're gonna be 23 next week, in 2 weeks, or next week? Next week?
Yeah, in next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yes.
23 years old.
Yes, 22 years old.
Jeez.
And I
23.
like Marty McFly. Back to the
Marty
Future.
McFly. I mean, like I said, that was before you were born. That was a standalone movie.
He still be famous in this range of my generation.
When did you first watch Back to the Future?
I watched that when I was a kid with my dad. And that time I didn't know anything that much. I just remember the scene of when the car fly and the train, the steam train actually. And so when I watch it again, I feel like damn, it's like my childhood memories bring back to me, and I like it. Marty McFly.
Marty McFly. He was famous. Michael J. Fox. He was a famous actor for a little while.
Doc
Doc Hollywood. I'd take money over fame in a heartbeat. Yeah, right? I mean, they seem to go hand in hand, but it would be nice if you just got money over fame, right? Me too. Women love traits in men that go hand in hand with making money, drive, leadership, motivation, passion, purpose. I agree, Matt. I agree. I think that the way humans evolved, money probably was a man that could hunt well, make a fire, make a shelter, and protect you. And so if you look at it now, how is a man able to do that? Probably with money. That sounds kind of like a guy that doesn't have money, but he's strong, he's brave, he's ex-military, he's a hell of a hunter, he knows how to cook, whatever, he's protective of his kids, but he doesn't have any money. I don't know if he's able to provide the way he'd want to provide, and that's just the reality of most societies now. I don't know if it's fair or not fair, but I think that's probably something that's changed. Oscar Dahmer says, I love easy women. It's not easy being sleazy, says Petty Betty, meaning like guys to give their best in life to be at a better place than just conformist. Okay. Hazel, have you been on before? The first 2 months I moved to Las Vegas, I felt uncontrollable anxiety, and given the fact there are a lot of open areas to hike, I took the chance to go out and go for hikes daily. Wow, I wouldn't think of Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a desert. Did you know that, Aleph? Mm-hmm. It's a full-on desert. And so I wouldn't think of it as being someplace I'd want to go hike. I guess you got to pack your water, dude.
But I think we will get the high view. I mean the nice view. Maybe the desert in Las Vegas, we can see the star, which is like.
I'm just not a desert person. Whenever I've gone, some people think deserts are beautiful, and I just see a lot of brown dirt.
I think about the nighttime because we can feel cold, and
You've never been in a desert though.
I never been that, and
Yeah.
I would like to know how yeah.
How it feels. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, you're 23. You got a lot of time to find one day, right?
Yeah.
Jen goes, 23? Damn, I remember 28 years ago. Chavez, yes. Repop, why should we take money or fame? I'm going to take both. Lived in Vegas since 96 from Oregon. Do you like Vegas better than Oregon? First time here live. Cool, Hazel. Brown dirt. I guess I'm someone that I like water. I like rivers and streams, and I like trees and plants. I like green. Even when I was a kid, Oregon is my dream home. Wow. Really? I like the sun, but love the woods. Does Vegas really have woods, though? You know what's an interesting place is Lake Tahoe kind of... Lake Tahoe is one of those places that you go from green forest and literally within an hour and a half you just have like desert. My Charleston, I don't know what that means. Do you want to move back to Oregon? Me too. Tropical for me. Jen, you got to make it out to Thailand at some point. We are the tropics. Jamie G, I live in Minnesota. A lot of woods here. Minnesota, 10,000 lakes they have in Minnesota. I don't know if you knew that, Aleph. 10,000 lakes in that state.
My sister went there before. She said that it's cold, right?
Your sister's been to Minnesota?
I mean, my sibling.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's cold, I think. I've never been there. I know Jesse Ventura's from there. I know that...
Because when she back, she bought me a football shirt by Minnesota team.
Oh, Vikings.
Yes.
Ah, yeah, Vikings. Okay, the sky is beautiful, night and desert. My parents live in the woods since '76 in Oregon. I've been to Oregon, beautiful place. Minnesota is perfect for me. Snow, woods, lakes, it's heaven. So we got 2 people. Jamie G and Oscar are from Minnesota. Luna, Vegas has forest-like area called Mount Charleston. It's usually 20. Okay, didn't even know that, dude. Thanks for the heads up. All right, let me get into another story here. This one is actually the ultimatum story. Coach Mac McCarthy, you help people with their breakups? Well, please help me with mine. I paid the fee on your site, and I'm looking forward to hearing your take. Here you go. I broke up with my ex 3 weeks ago. I broke up with her. Okay, so this is interesting. A lot of times people come to me because someone broke up with them. He's saying he broke up with her. I basically gave an ultimatum. She either stops going out on the weekends and partying, or I'm done. Done, done, done. We've been together for 4 years, and she just started hanging out with her little sister, who's an adrenaline junkie, the type that goes bungee jumping and skydiving. She also parties hard. Okay, that's her prerogative. This is the great Bobby Brown said. And now my ex just took up her ways. Okay, so this is one of those things when a lot of people blame someone else for their ex's choices and behavior. And yeah, they can be influenced, but they still have to have the mind to make their own decisions. So you don't need to blame the little sister. The little sister was only back in town for a month, and she already had my girl coming home at 5 a.m. on Saturday, just tore up. And it looked like she had a little hickey on her neck, but denied it as a bruise she couldn't explain. Well, it's certainly possible. Usually a hickey is very clear what it is, and so you might have assumed something. I like to have some beers and herb, but I have my limits. And at 30 years old, I'm past the let's get wasted for fun. So that's who you are. That's where you are. But it sounds like your girlfriend's not there. So don't get angry if she still has some partying to get out of her system, because that's where she's at. And I wouldn't even add, like, you're not gonna get rid of a little sister. That didn't last long for me, nor did I find it attractive in my girlfriend. So I called her out on Sunday after she came home at a 3 a.m. drunk, stumbling. In hindsight, it would have probably been better to talk to her when she wasn't so hungover. Well, hindsight is 20/20, because when I was talking to her, she seemed to be out to lunch and completely careless, which I found out of character for her. I simply said that this can't continue and you cannot go out with your sister any longer. Well, that's where you're going to lose her. She's not going to cut anchor and never hang out with her sister again. And that drinking is okay, but not at this level. She nodded and then said, well, she's my sister. I won't stop hanging out with her. And if I have to choose, blood comes first. I felt like this was missing my point. So this is where interpretation comes in. She's looking at it like, you're telling me I can't hang out with my sister. You're saying, I don't want you to hang out with your sister because you drink more when you do. Seek to understand, not to be understood. I said you can hang out with her, so now you sound like a parent. I said you can hang out with her, but not like this, not partying every week. She then yelled, you're not my dad, not surprised. And she hates her dad, who was never around. Double whammy. We don't talk about him much, so I knew this is a bad place to go. I told her I was going over to my mother's for lunch, and we could pick this up later when she felt better. She said, "Don't worry, I'll be gone." I didn't take this serious and even laughed it off. Then, when I got home, she was gone. No note either, and she didn't even respond to my text for 2 days. Till finally she said, "We are done. I'll never let a man give me an ultimatum about hanging with my sis." Now 3 weeks later, I want to find a way to talk to her. Some of our mutual friends say they're worried about her, that she's drinking heavy every day and seems unhappy with the breakup. Should I reach out to her? This is a really good question because mutual friends have put it in your ear that, number one, you're worried about her because she's drinking more than ever, it sounds like. And number two, that she's unhappy about the breakup. I'm not bending on my ultimatum. I want her back, but not like this. Well, you certainly could contact her. It's not in your favor that she's going to be receptive to that. And I don't believe that if she said she's done, she's going to need more time than just 3 weeks. And if you do contact her, which is up to you, and you do say anything about her drinking, she's probably going to be very defensive. Even if she wants you back, even if she misses you, she's going to be dug in because this is something that she's standing up for, staying with her sister who she's close to. So you're making this about her drinking and partying, and she's making it about, you said I can't see my sister again. You see how that's two different zones and how much more dramatic it is for her? So if you contact her, that's what she's probably going to cling to, and that's the way she looks at it. And even though she's drinking every day, that's actually not going to help you when you communicate with her because you already mentioned that when you do communicate with her and she's been drinking all day, she doesn't care much and she's not all there. So at this point, I would leave it alone, continue in no contact, and if she wants to contact you, she will, right? And if you contact her back and show any light of like, well, I don't mind so much if you drink or this or that, I don't think this problem's going away. I don't think that at any point she's going to stop hanging out with her sister, and you didn't say anything about her sister moving away. So I would do your best to stay in no contact and move forward. Okay. I live in Minnesota. Sky is beautiful at night in desert. My parents live in the woods. Okay. Vegas has a forest-like area called Mount Charleston. It's usually okay. I'm from LA, but I've been to Minnesota and fell in love with the land and with a girl from there. Wow, that's random. I went to Minnesota and fell in love with a girl. Wow. Good for you. Can't say that's happened to me. All right, folks, we are 50 minutes in, about a good hour in. Oscar, Jamie G, what are you guys people, not guys. Reba, are you in the middle of a breakup right now? Is it a fresh one? A lot of the other people that come on, they just like the live stream. They like to hear the stories. But some people, if you're in it right now, I'm just curious. No. Crickets. Aleph, when was your last breakup? A year ago?
2 years ago, actually.
2 years? So you've been single for 2 years?
Yes.
And it's been a great choice.
Yeah. So after breakup, after the last time we break up, I realized I'm not ready to be anybody's life plan.
Anybody's life plan? I've never heard of it said that way.
Well, it's like when we have relationship with all the girl, like the relationship, the girl gonna start talking with me like, okay, are you serious about our relationship, right? I said, yeah. It's like they're talking about engagement.
Like getting married?
Yes.
You've had that a couple times while you were single?
When I have some girl like that. When I have a girlfriend. Yep.
And then you're thinking, I don't want to get married.
Yeah.
Have you thought about it for a moment? Like, okay, maybe I should.
I think I think if I got married, I don't want to be end up like my parents. Yes.
A lot of people say that.
Yeah.
I think that the funny thing is I've always noticed about marriage that people that have been married a long time, even people that I think that are doing pretty well, their advice always when I was in my 20s, they're like, don't get married.
Yeah.
I feel like they always say that, and it's
Yeah.
like, whoa, dude. Even when you think like, oh, you guys are doing pretty well.
Even your friends, Alex, said that to me. It made me realize, yeah, because I haven't finished my dream, which is I would like to travel around the world first. If I have a girlfriend or marry, I think it's hard for me because I have to have a time as a being a dad to my family, which is that's why single is better for me now.
Yeah. Does anyone opposed to Aleph? Aleph's going to turn 23 in a few days. Do you think it's best he stay single for the next 7 years?
I gonna be still single until I could find someone that make me feel if I have.
So
her.
you're open. You're open to being swept off your feet.
Well, it's like if I can find someone that make me feel it's better to be with her, not just being single. I would be like probably have relationship with her.
I remember I had an ex that said that when we broke up when I was young, when I was in my early 20s, and she was like, well, I don't know. If someone sweeps me off my feet, if someone sweeps me off my feet. And I was like, why do you keep saying if someone sweeps you off your feet? This is dramatic shit. Okay, let's, Luna Martinez, what's your take on ex's physical improvement? I do recall her changing her look. She began wearing earrings again, getting her nails done, colored eye contacts, hairstyle revealing. Oh, that's absolutely normal when people break up. Men too. You start to look at your appearance because you're back on the open market. So absolutely, that means that someone's embracing change, and they're like, yeah, like I'm back on I got to start worrying how I look. And it sounds bad because there's a lot of people that would probably say, oh, now you just care because you're single. Yeah, it's different. It's different. And a lot of times this is when someone will lose weight, or the worst part though is when someone overdoes it, which it sounds like a little bit with your ex, like getting getting nails and colored eye contacts. Colored eye contacts, that's popular over here sometimes. You guys call them big eyes.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I don't like them. It looks a little freaky.
Yeah, someone does it.
You know what I mean? It doesn't look good. It doesn't. I think if you're gonna wear colored eye contacts, I remember the best. One of my ex-girlfriends had green ones, but she had light brown eyes, like light brown eyes, not dark, and it looked good on her. It didn't look scary. But some people, like when it doesn't, when it's like you don't have gray eyes, like the ones that are gray. Have you seen those before?
Yeah, even my best friend, she wear blue eyes.
But it doesn't look natural on an Asian person to have blue eyes. Do you think it looked good?
I think it depends on who. Yeah, but someone is look good. Someone is yeah.
A little scary. It looks like they're in Demolition Man or Total Recall or something.
Well, I would say it depends on the face and depends on our taste too.
Yeah, I guess so. But like I said, there can be cases where people go overboard with trying too hard to look good. I mean, what I would say though is you know, when you're back on the open market, consider getting a nice haircut. Consider, you know, what you want, how you want to look, and not looking good for someone else. Because you don't want to create insecurity, but you want to go. Well, a really good thing to do, I think, is to ask yourself where you felt really at your best with your looks at some point, and then go, how do I get back to that point if you're not there now, right? So like, there's probably some time in your life where you're like, oh, when I lifted weights every day, whatever. A lot of times what gets in the way of looks is stress. It's like being a teacher at the university for years and seeing someone, I'll be like, what's wrong with you? It's like, you look like hell. And someone will be like, oh, I got a job. And they're going to school and they're working all night. And then you're like, oh shit, okay, now I understand. But that'll affect your look. Like if you don't have a lot of sleep, right? Mm-hmm. You look tired for sure. But I think it's actually completely normal for someone once they become single to put more effort on the way they look. And it's not personal towards their ex. It's just them going like, I want to get more attention because I'm looking to catch a new fish. And I think guys do it too. I'm not affected by it anymore. I'm more or less curious as to why they tend to do that. Yes, wait until at least 30 to get married, says Jen. That's for you, Aleph. Luna Martinez, that's for you or someone new to find her attractive. She decided to feel her best. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of times too, some women will just like cut their hair short or do something. What they're doing is like they're saying like, I'm up for a change. Yeah, it was so out of character when we were together. She respectfully didn't care about her looks whatsoever. Well, that might have contributed to some of your problems. I mean, I think that it's okay to get comfortable when you're in a relationship, but to just let yourself go is a recipe for a future breakup. And then here's the crazy thing about when someone lets themselves go, right, is the way it affects the relationship. Even if you go, oh, I don't care the way you look, honey, I still love you, ... Oh, it's okay that you put on a lot of weight or something, and that's up to you. The woman or the man loses confidence in themselves and then becomes more insecure.
Yeah.
Right? I remember this guy came on the live stream before and he was like, oh, my girlfriend just left me and she's a yoga instructor and she's this. And I'm like, well, what are you? It's like, like he had no answer. It's like, she's so great. What are you? Like, are you into yoga? Are you into these things? Just broke up. Love. Home. What an interesting name. The guy goes by Home, or the woman. Home. Can we call you Holmes?
Homie?
Holmes.
Home.
Hey, Holmes. Just broke up. Love versus parent, responsibility, working girl, what to do. Don't want to burden the guy as he shares the same responsibility, what to do. I need more of the story, Home. I'm a little confused. Just broke up. Love versus parent responsibility. Working girl, what to do. I mean, working girl can mean a lot of different things. Can you give me some more details? Stay single, bro. I've been single since 2017, and I'm happier, but get lonely during Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Valentine. Well, at least you're honest, Oscar. Oscar, if I may ask, how old are you, bud? Like he's being honest. Well, there's certain times during Christmas, Thanksgiving, and birthday that I miss having someone, but otherwise it's pretty good. Everything's a give and take, right?
Yeah.
There's some times that you're like, oh, I wish I had a girlfriend. And there's some times you really appreciate your girlfriend. Nothing's 100% golden. I once saw my friend green-eyed color, and she was dark complexion. It didn't look good. Yeah, sometimes, like I said, it's alien-like for me, but, to each their own. It's just like there's no way those, especially gray. Love gray eyes and fake gray hair. Really? Gray hair is kind of in now, huh?
Gray hair?
I have seen people dye their hair gray that are young.
Yeah. I can't even...
I think Aleph, gray would be good for you. If you want to dye your hair gray for your 23rd birthday.
I think skinhead is good, we.
It may have been depression. Hey guys, staying in shape, best thing in so many ways. For sure, Dark Knight, for sure. She was letting herself go. I noticed it, but I didn't care at the time. Love blinds you. There was many times where my family questioned me on why she didn't put any effort in her look or decent. Wow. I don't think I've ever had one of my parents say something negative about a girlfriend I was with on their looks, like that, wow, she looks like she's kind of letting herself go. That's pretty low. That's pretty low that the family was saying that, actually. I don't know. But, what's contributed to some, quote unquote, letting yourself go? It's just bad habits. It's just bad habits. Mm-hmm. That's all. Nothing fake is ever good. Even if it was, it's boring real quick. Sure. Picture this, Mac. Go ahead. Tell me, Luna. $16 on deck, 10 likes.
Well, speaking of that guy who had a girlfriend, yoga influencer, right? That you said lately? A guy that had a girlfriend that play yoga, and he said that she playing yoga, but you say, what are you, that guy? I think about the quote that I wrote before. It's like, if you want a best angel, just make a heaven. But if you want a great butterfly, just make a great garden.
What does that mean?
It's mean like if you want something good, really good for you, you just make yourself to be good first.
Create the environment.
Yes.
If you want an angel, create heaven. If you want a butterfly, create a garden.
Yes.
That's your quote?
Yes.
I didn't know you were a poet.
I wrote a lot, Mac. Actually,
Oh, God. Here we go.
but I
Wow.
But I didn't even show out.
If you want an angel, create heaven. If you want a butterfly, create a garden. Do you want a butterfly, though? That's
Just-
actually
Just like comparing, like in Thai, it's like we call it's a compare of how to write a quote or some kind of poetry.
So that's environment based.
Mm-hmm.
Hazel says, can you talk a little bit about avoidant personality? So Hazel, you haven't been on this before, but I don't really go into the avoidant boxes. I'm aware of them. Like avoidant, I'm aware of them. I don't use them. And so, no, I probably wouldn't go into avoidant personality. You might know more specifics about it than I do. The reason I don't like it, Hazel, is, and this is just my opinion, this isn't bashing the idea of the different boxes for avoidance. It's not in any way, like if you believe in those things, what I don't like about the avoidant thing, so if you don't know what this is about, Aleph, there's avoidant attachment. There's these things where they say every human being could be a certain way based on their childhood, which is true. Like we all have experiences that make us who we are. But how many avoidant are there, Hazel? How many are there? There's 4 or 5 total. So basically, all humans in the world fit in one of these avoidant attachment groups, and I think it's a little bit closed-minded to look at things that way. I prefer, Hazel, my approach, and this is just me, I think everyone's very nuanced, and so I think the best approach, there's 4, okay. When I read about them for the first time, I have the book here. I could grab it in a moment. I was looking at it and I'm like, wow, I'm in this box. Wow, I'm in that box. And it was like, it's almost like looking at astrology, which I'm not against either. I just feel like when you start saying I'm going to avoid an attachment theory and identifying with negative things, I don't think that's a positive. I think that you should look at, this is my view, whatever's going on in your life, problem or not problem, I think you should look at it as an individual thing that you don't fall under a category, right? I know there was a lot of research done into this and whatnot. I think that you should unpack the problem and the story individually. So whatever's going on in your relationship, Hazel, I would want to hear your full story, put aside the avoidant attachment thing, and deal with it as you, because a lot of times people want to, this is a big thing, Aleph, is someone, especially in the States, I don't think you guys do it as much in Thailand, but they'll want to go, oh, this person's a narcissist. Do you know what a narcissist is? Extremely selfish person. That's into that. So they'll label this person. Mm-hmm. It's like, all right, you break up with your ex and you're like, they're selfish, they're this, they're that, they're this, they're that, they're this, they're that. It's like, okay, does that help you?
No.
You're allowed to do that for a little bit of time, right? Mm-hmm. But at what point are you like, all right, I'm thankful to be done with them? But what happens is people start blowing the whistle, and then they point out other people that have these problems, and then they look, or they do self-deprecation where they're like, oh, I'm just avoiding attachment, so that's why I'm allowed to do this, this, and this. And I like the approach, let's get to the bottom of who you are as an individual, not in a category. And it's just a different approach, that's all. And so, Hazel, if you want to send your story into writemac.com, I could get a little more detailed with that. But I'll flip the question to you. What do you think about avoidant personalities, or what do you want to talk about in regards to that? 7 years with narcissists, I can relate to being alone in a relationship. We'd go out on dates. I'd dress up for the occasion. On the other hand, she would throw on some sweats and a jacket to a nice restaurant. Dude, it's very common in the States now. I find that a lot of people dress extremely lazy when I go back home. Extremely lazy. Like you go to a coffee shop, people are in their slippers and pajamas all the time. I don't see that in Thailand as much.
Yeah, because in our culture, before we're gonna went out, we need to look like a normal people.
I mean, the difference is here. It's hot all the time, so people dress in shorts a lot and casual. But like in the States, there's a lot of people that they'll go out. Like I'm like, did you fucking brush your teeth yet?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was one guy that I did a live coaching session with, and his girlfriend was a doctor. She was a full-on, I forgot which kind of doctor she was, but she was a doctor. This guy was I think he was a pharmacist, really smart guy, late 20s. And he was like, yeah, he's like, one of the things I wanted her to do was just maybe dress up a little bit more often. And I'm like, all right, well, I mean, like, what are you talking about? Like in the bedroom? Or are you talking, because he had some other issues about that. And he's like, well, that would be nice. But he goes, I'm like, so what do you want her to wear? Like business attire and he goes, jeans? I'm like, what? He said every time they go out, she'd wear sweatpants or scrubs because she was a doctor. And I was just like, wow. Like she wouldn't get dressed up ever. And that, like I said, that's a common theme in individual subcultures. So like surfers, right? Surfers would wear like board shorts and like a fucking tank top, dude, and like a fucking hat, right? Like there's subcultures of people that dress different ways. But like if that's the habit of your girlfriend, yeah, that would get old. That's a reflection of just not feeling like you have to get up for anything. But I found it when I was back home in Northern California at a coffee shop in a college town. Like half the people were dressed like I said, like did you guys take a shower yet before you got your coffee? Or like what's going on here? Butterflies hop from flower to flower, says Dark Knight. It's actually yeah, in Thailand, if you call someone a butterfly, it means you get around, right?
Oh,
Is that true?
like that girl is a flower and we are butterfly.
No, it means like that they have many guys or vice versa. They fly around.
Ah, I see.
Is that true?
True.
It's like a slang, right? You called someone that. Hi, Coach. I want to thank you for covering my email about a relationship with a borderline a few weeks ago back. Thank you very much. No problem, David Price. I didn't hear back from you in an email, but thank you. Thanks for saying thank you. I hope it helped you. Let me know if you have any questions on that or follow-up questions. I'll try to help you. Oscar Dahmer, I'm 33 years young, no kids, just feel pressured by family to get married, too much pressure. Why would your family, 33 years is a great age to be. I remember 33. It was fun. Same, Oscar, they want me to have children eventually, but I don't feel comfortable doing so. Then don't. People want you to do what they do because it makes them feel better about themselves. So make sure that you take advice from people that you more or less want to be like. Does that make sense? You have no pressure at 33, Oscar. You are still young to get married. I'm not like this, but I ended it with a person like this. Yeah, that's one of those things. So what are you looking for in identifying, Hazel, what are you looking for in identifying them as a personality type? I have no bound. And Hazel, now that you've ended it with a person like this, what do you want from that breakup? Home, or homes. Just broke up with a guy who has family responsibilities like myself. We expressed love in 4 weeks, and now it's over. Was there an alternative? I need to know. I need to know more to your story. Home. Where are you at in the world, home? Your new microphone sounds tremendous now, Coach. It took a couple of days, but now you're dialed in. Super. So the voice sounds better. I guess we played with it a little bit.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. That's the sound, man. I never experienced this type of people like this. I just came across recently this type of behavior. Yeah, those personality type things, like I said, I think that they give you a label. I don't know if they fix any problems. I guess they give you a playbook to deal with people like that, so to say. Love in 4 weeks is a red flag. Consider yourself lucky you are out. Home. Like I said, I just need to know more to the story. His has family responsibility. We expressed love in 4 weeks, and now it's over. Was there an alternative? Like I said, yeah, I would need to know more. I think the new dress code is a millennial business. Is it Keisha? I'll tell you what blew me away. I think I've talked about this before. I was telling Aleph about this. Last couple times I've been in the States, and Keisha, you'll get a kick out of this too, because I think I'm 39. I think you're in the same age range. I could be wrong, so sorry to offend you if you're younger. But sagging's in again. Mm-hmm. No one sags in Thailand. You know what sagging is?
Mystic things?
No, it's when I don't think women do it, but when guys have their pants hanging below their ass.
What the fuck?
It's actually a style. Keisha, you know what I'm talking about when I say sagging, right? I mean, I was just like, I was like in line at a coffee shop, and this guy had on sweatpants down to his knees, and I was just like, what is this? I was like, I remember it was kind of cool, but you wouldn't just like show like full on underwear and boxers. It's a style. I'm serious, Aleph. I'm dead serious.
I know.
Have you heard of it before?
I saw when I was a kid before. Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh man.
But now it's like, if I saw sagging like that, I feel like, what?
But here's the funny thing. Now people do it with tight pants. We used to do it with baggy pants, and I wouldn't even call myself someone that sagged when I was a teenager. I just had baggy jeans were in, but I just was like, really? It's like,
yeah,
like you're so cool, man. A woman needs to look good and more importantly smell good. That's a minimum for me. Smell is underrated.
But some women did that, like sagging,
a woman sagged?
Yeah. when I saw that in the bar.
Ooh, that would be a turn off, man.
On the bar, like that at the bar, some girl did that before when I went to the bar.
A girl was sagging for style?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You know what I mean? So this is one of those moments. I'm 39 years old, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm getting old, right? Because my niece is 25, my nephew's 20, and so when I go back home, I hang out with them quite a bit, and I think of myself as the cool uncle, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, and the guy will have on tight jeans, like skin tight jeans, and he'll be sagging them with like oh man, it's just like, whoa. That's when you feel like you're like, I guess I'm out now, you know? Mm-hmm. And I don't consider myself to wear something like, what's up, Skinner? When I was young in high school, we were just talking about sagging randomly as a style. I'm always late to the party. That I was saying, Skinner, you might have an opinion on this, that I couldn't believe when I went back to California the last couple of years that people are starting to sag again. And with tight jeans.
Too.
Well, I mean, with tight pants, and then the worst is like you got someone that's heavy set or chubby, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, no problem, dude. I'm not making fun of you or anything, but I'm like, really? Is that the best look?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just is one of those. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, to each their own on style and everything like that. But that one just stood out to me because there's like full on pants to the knees. And your ass is like hanging out. I don't know. It's just a little much. Like I said, it's just when you talk about styles, that one gets me. That's the one where I'm like, wear baggy jeans, wear whatever you want. But, you know, I guess the only worst thing is a plumber crack. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
It's when like the top of the butt, like you could just see like the little.
Oh, shit.
You could put a coin in there.
Yeah, I guess.
And they call it plumber because when someone's doing work, it happens or something like that. Will Live ever show his identity to us? Yeah, we can in the future. We'll probably get some more cameras in here. It's a work in progress. He's not shy. I don't think he cares about being on camera. Right, Aleph?
Yeah.
I just have my webcam I'm using right now. Someone asked earlier what kind of mic this is. David Price. The mic is a
Rod mic.
Electro.
Oh, not Rod.
Electro Voice RE20. They are expensive. I believe they retail for about $350. U.S. And when I was getting this set up and I went to some Russian guys actually that live over here that are into sound.
Mr. Petro.
Yeah, Petro and Nikolai. They were like, yeah, get this mic. And I was like, well, what about the Shure mic or this mic? You know, the Shure mic is the mic that they use in Joe Rogan's podcast. He's like, no, this is the best one. This is the number one mic in the world for spoken word and broadcasting. So I said, all right, let's just do it. And it's supposed to be the same mic that's been used in radio stations and whatnot for years. So I got 2 of them, and we're ready for guests when everyone wants to come out. Girls don't want to see your ass, so who is it for? Oh, man. So we got a new group of people up here. We got 14 likes. We got a spirited 1 hour, 20 minutes here. Who's the person that had a question? Home? Home's having the most trouble here. Thanks, Coach. You sound like $1 million with it. Worth every penny and more. I appreciate that. I did tell 2 stories, Skinner. I got 2 stories in right now. I like to go back and listen while I'm working. Sweet, man. The mic is good. Wow, everyone's coming back on the mic. Does it sound different when Aleph talks? Because Aleph's in a different mic. Does it sound a little different? Go ahead.
Hi. Is it different? So if
it does, it's not as deep, I think.
Oh,
it's not as deep, probably, huh? Yeah, this is a little bit more expensive one, whatever that means. But it's what's really interesting is that when you've never had headphones on to listen to yourself, to hear it through that's when you really know you went radio. That you went all in on that.
So how am I sound now?
And we got our intro music. Go ahead and pop the intro music.
Okay.
What do you think of that, Skinner? That's the same one from my other intro. Very clear. Good. I like the intro music. Yeah, it's a free song. What's that song called, Aleph?
Fender Bender Bad Snack.
Bad Snacks, right?
Yes.
Fender Bender Bad Snacks, if you want to look that up, Skinner. I think it's a pretty cool little beat. Actually, I listen to it sometimes when I'm doing some writing.
And this is how it liking.
I just think that the visual abruptly goes to the video. I just think the visual... What do you mean by that? You're talking about the trailer? Oh, you're talking about how it fades and stuff? Yeah. He's saying that the trailer doesn't transition as well as it could. All right. Well, it's a work in progress. We'll get it right. It's definitely better than it was before. I got about 800 videos up, and I'd say the quality's about 10 times better recently. I was just shipping. If someone wants to, I don't know what time it is where you are at in the world, but if you have a story, I will give it a shot right now. Yeah, it's nice. Just need some touching up. Thanks, Skinner. I appreciate you, bud. How's life going for you? All right? In Chicago, everything okay? You still at the store and everything? Bulls got a high pick. I was just talking about Jordan yesterday, too. If someone wants to unpack their breakup story right now, and if you send it in, maybe we can do a call. But if we do a call, we're talking about your story. We're not going to go all over the place. And it's not going to be your phone number. It would have to probably be through WhatsApp. Things are good for me. Relationship going good. Making money. Well, good for you, man. Thanks. Wow, you still come to my live stream even though things are good. Well, congratulations. I guess it's more than just a breakup show, huh? Can't complain. Isn't that the key, right? Everyone's like, oh, I want to be happy. It's like, well, I'd say can't complain might be just as good or better. because that just means you're dealing with the shit that, that you could complain about. Because the reality is everyone always is like, oh, I want to be happy. Happy's like here, right? There's going to be, I don't even know if you can go 24 hours of being pure fucking happy. Is that, I mean, can you just walk around like, I guess you could if something goes really well for you. Mm-hmm. You win the lottery. I guess if I won the lottery, it'd be like, like you win a couple $1 million, you're walking around like, fuck, man, I'm fucking golden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then something bad can happen still, though. Right? So, like something bad can happen to your pet. Someone can steal something from you. There's so many things that can happen. That's why I think it's kind of lost when people go, oh, just tell me how to be happy. It's like, well, good luck with being happy all the time. That's a big chore in life to be like, oh, I'm going to be happy all the time. Right? Good luck. There's no secret remedy for that. It's like, and the funny thing is people that are like overly happy, no one takes them too serious. They're like, God, this person's out to lunch. It's like, no one's that happy, right? When someone's like, oh, hi, hey, what's up? It's like, what are you trying to sell, man? Right? It's like I was at, last year I was at yoga, and I go to yoga like once a week or something like that. And this one guy's like, yeah, I've done 2 classes a day for 90 days. And I'm like, what are you trying to prove? And the guy's face was just like, he looked at me like, I was like, what do you want a medal? You want a trophy or something? I'm like, what's this all about? 2 times a day yoga for 90 days? Good for you, man. Mac, do you think friendship can work if there is still attraction between exes? Yeah, absolutely. I think I think that if you have your boundaries, yeah. I think that friendship can work as long as you're both on the same page. The problem is if you still have attraction, then you're probably going to have some moments that you're going to have to, deal with where there might be some friction there. It just matters how aggressive each of you are in those desires. He and I are back hating each other again. If either person is in a relationship, well, that's one of those things that that's up for you as an individual. For my own situation, I've been in a situation before where when I say I kept in contact, like maybe once every 2 months or 3 months, we'd touch base and have like a long talk because I still cared about her and we were friends, and she was with someone and I was with someone. She would talk about her relationship. I wouldn't. That was a choice because I didn't want to go there. It seemed like she was a little bit less happy than I was, and so I just didn't want to rub that in. And so I just felt like it was fine for me. But I will say that if you're still attracted to your ex, there's always going to be that possibility where you want to sleep together again. If you're, you know what I mean? If you're around them and you're checking them out and you're like, damn, I'd like to revisit that. Maybe not in those words, right? Mm-hmm. You might be setting yourself up for a tough situation, right? So what I would say is if you are going to keep that connection up, I would keep it sparingly and ask yourself this: what's my intention in keeping this friendship? Is it because I care about this individual and I want to touch base with her, or deep down, do I want a backup plan, or deep down, do I want to hook up with her again? Ask yourself, and then that'll reveal your intentions. And then from your intentions, you can make a decision, I think. Side note, it's like your sound man is Robin to your Howard. I take that as a compliment because that's exactly the kind of
that guy?
Howard Stern. Howard Stern, who's a legend. I wouldn't say I'm anything like Howard Stern, but I like that radio show. And there's actually a friend of mine who's an African American. She actually lives in South Africa right now. She's a model, but she used to be a teacher at a school I used to work at. And I've always wanted her to be a sidekick on one of these shows. She's really cool. She'd be fun. It makes me think about her because I actually told her that before too. I was like, when I get this, because I've been wanting to get something radio-like for a while. Talik Tamut. I broke no contact after 1 month and 16 days, but she was still the same. So you somehow thought that the no contact would change her. Interesting. She even blocked me in WhatsApp, even blocked my phone number. Do I have a chance to get my ex back? Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Doesn't sound like it. Right? I mean, you want to know what's the most powerful thing? Is that, Rob, have you been on the whole time? The most powerful thing is when someone goes, okay, and walks away, and then the person's like, wow, you're not fighting for me? Wow. You don't care? Wow. And if you don't react to that, you're stoic as hell. You're stoic. That person will gain attraction for you because they're going to go, wow, you can just walk away. You know the individual that can walk away, the one that has other options. And I'm not saying they have other options right away. I'm not saying that they're like, oh, I could just call up this one, this monkey branching thing, this rebound stuff. I'm not talking about that. But let them wonder about you. Let them wonder, wow, he's not going to call me again? Wow. And if it takes 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But the reality is you somehow thought, and Salik, full disclosure, I need to know your full story to unpack it and get to the bottom of things. Where you're wrong is that you think no contact's going to change the problem.
Sorry.
But that's not necessarily the case usually. I really wish it was easier to get to a point across to moving on. Actually feels good whenever you move, your ex doesn't send you into a spiral and you don't care. Best thing to do is walk away. My internet was acting. Okay, Oscar. It's just, I think what people don't realize, it does take time. Any relationship that you've been into is some form of an attachment, and in some ways, this might sound like a strong word. In some ways, it's an addiction. Every day for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, that's been your rock. That's been the person you call first. That's the person you talk about your day. And then when they're missing, it's like you lost something that you did every day. And so it's gonna mess up. I'll tell you something that's interesting. I remember, what's up, Double D? I remember years back moving, and I've moved quite a bit. Living in Thailand for 10 years, it's very easy to move here. A lot of the, you don't know this, Aleph, but a lot of your places have furniture already. Like in America, you move into an apartment or something, it's empty. So you have to get all new furniture. It kind of sucks.
It doesn't have like any promotion like same here?
No, like you move somewhere, right, Skinner? I mean, it's like there are furnished apartments. They're usually more expensive. And the furniture's not very nice. But I would say over here, like the furniture's not great, but most of the places you move into has basic furniture. Yeah. Like a couch, beds, everything like that. They don't do that in the States in a lot of places. So it's very easy to move. Because isn't that the worst thing when you have to move and you got to move the stuff? I'm not just talking like couches and beds. It's just a bitch. Alice from Thailand. He's from Phuket. He's a local. He's a former student of mine in the English program. He's 23 now, or going to be 23 in a few days, Skinner, just to give you a heads up.
Yes.
And now he's, what's worse about the Skinner too is like when someone calls you up and they're like, hey man, what are you up to this weekend? What have you been doing? Da, da, da. Hey, can you help me move Sunday? You're like, fuck. It's like, I don't like move. Yeah, I'm the same way with the young assistant. Don't look up your ex's social media accounts. It won't do you any good. I speak from experience. I stopped looking her up, and it helped me move on. Trust me, it helped me out a lot. It's underrated, Luna. A lot of times someone has it in their head that if they stop interacting with their ex on social media, they'll somehow lose them forever or they'll offend them. To me, if it hurts you, like if it hurts you when you see them doing something fun or they're with someone new, why would you do it again? It's just silly. It's just silly. We got to get a call in pretty soon, Aleph. What do you think?
Get what?
We got to unpack a story pretty soon on the phone.
Well, good. Because I would like to try that system too.
Yeah, we got to try that out. Does anyone have a breakup story they want to discuss by phone? I think it'd be best to use WhatsApp. What do you think? A lot of people don't have Line app and
it's okay, WhatsApp, but which phone you're gonna use then?
I would probably use this phone, or you can use your phone.
I don't have WhatsApp actually.
What do you have?
I have,
you know, we wouldn't be using phone numbers.
I only have like a Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, like that. But we can use this line, like check here, link this line into your phone by AUX line. I think we could do that.
Let's take a look here. Let me see my WhatsApp.
You're gonna try now?
Who do we have on here? Oh, I have a former client on here, but he's not. Okay, I will. Talik, how old are you? Let me ask you that first. Some people like to... Yes, that would be awesome. Somebody agree and call up Mac. Some people like to be in the drama so they can be the victim. Oh, that's an understatement, Derek D. That's there, yeah. You know, it's interesting. I just remember when I was younger, there wasn't so many people that I liked being like, oh, I have so much heart in my I've had times where I felt like low or a victim or had problems, and then I didn't want to cling to that as if it's cool. I'd want to get through it and get over it. I looked her up expecting the worst, but instead she got even more beautiful, dating a better looking dude than me. She got accepted to UCLA, made me feel like trash. People love being in Pain Olympics, man. Well, Oscar, that's a reflection of you, dude. That means that she was a high value individual. I mean, was one of the reasons that you broke. When you looked her up, how many years later was this, Oscar, by the way? Talik, where are you at in the world? Oh, no. I don't know if I want to help you if you're using words like that. I'm dying day by day. You got to change the way you talk to yourself, my friend. Do you think the emphasis on diagnosing ourselves has caused us to identify with victimhood more, Mac? Yes. Yes. I'm from India. All right. You said Bluetooth. What do you mean, through here?
Yeah, but connect with your phone. Like when someone call to your WhatsApp, it connect directly with instant.
All right, Talik, I'm going to give you a shot, but you're going to have to listen to me. Is that agreed? First of all, do you want me to help you would be the first question. Because it's different. When people pay me, I've noticed that when people pay me, they're on deck. Doesn't mean they just do everything I say, but they want my help. Okay, no, I didn't say that. You're going to have to listen to me, though, when I'm talking, too. Okay, so don't get caught up on just wanting to get your ex back. Agree to terms to talk. This one's for the team. And this one, yeah, like I said, this is usually a paid process. So first things first, you're going to have a story of what happened. So how long were you together, Talik? I'm not going to do this if it's a really shallow relationship. How long were you together? Okay. Wow, everyone's coming on deck right now, Aleph. We're here for you, Talik. Look at this. Look at this right here, huh? We got to everyone at the same time. Let's pray for Talik, right? Hey, Talik. All right. Do you have all right, let's just get into it, dude. I'll let you talk about it. So, I'm excited for this. Talik from India. So, Talik, do you have WhatsApp? Just as a starting question, the app WhatsApp. 4 years. Okay, that's a long relation. 10 breakups over 5 years. I can talk with you to unpack. 10 breakups over 5 years, David? Jeez. 10 breakups over 5 years. For one partner? Jeez. All right, so like I said, I'm not going to use phone numbers because it's long distance. So I can use WhatsApp, or I can use I don't know if I would want to use Skype. But do you have WhatsApp? So how are we going to do this? Because you probably don't want to share your WhatsApp number on live stream, unless you do. Because WhatsApp's a phone number. Do you want to just share your number, or do you want to send it to me on my email? Talik's in India. Talik, you want to send me your phone number on WhatsApp? Do you have WhatsApp? And do you want to send me your phone number now on WhatsApp, and then I could dial it in? The other thing I have is something called Signal. God, is there a delay or something? It takes forever for people to respond.
Delay on what? On YouTube?
I don't know. I know you said okay. So are you going to send me your number, or you want to send it to me in an email? I don't know if you want to share that on the thing. I thought he meant he's from India but lives in the States. His girl is going to UCLA. No, you got it wrong. That was Skinner. Okay, so my email. I got a mixer that takes Bluetooth. So I think we could do Skype through that. What do you think, Aleph?
We could. If just Skype, you can do that, but through your laptop.
Let's see here. Do you have Skype, Talik? That, you know what's funny about that, when you see that and you're like, wow, my ex-girlfriend's doing really well, man. Like, she's going to UCLA. I've had other clients do this where they're like, one of his biggest problems was, give me the number or give me the ID for the Skype, please. Otherwise, David Price is next in line. All right, he just threw out his number. Sweet.
Okay.
No, don't worry. I don't think anyone's going to... Isn't it great these days? No one crank calls. You probably don't even know what crank calling is. Yep. Crank calling was like when you'd call someone and you go, hey, what are you doing?
Oh, like a prank?
Like a prank, yeah. Do you see that number on there, Aleph?
Wait. Hold on.
So I got to add your number. Bear with me, folks. Stop talking. I got a really funny story for you, Oscar, actually.
Yeah, I saw that number.
You saw it? Okay, so...
Can I write it for you?
We're all respective. Yeah, no. Oscar sounds like you might need to get a call on a call with Mac. We won't spam his number, Mac. I feel we're all much... Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Don't worry about it. People don't do that anymore. People that do, it's like one of the lowest things. I ran into someone that was saying that they do 987. 2533. Let me add the number. Talik. Talik's mobile. Shit. How do you search this? You don't have Man, this always gets me. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It's saying that you're what's your 690? Does that include your home country's or your area's number? 690, is that a designated, like you got to put plus something, right? For India, it will have like in Thailand we do plus 66 or something.
Oh yeah, it's like an international line.
Yeah,
right?
what's your Talik? What is there a number in front of that, or is that or is 69 actually the designation? 690 187. We're waiting here, Talik. 91. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if we can finally get this right. 91. I don't know if that's better or worse than 69, huh? Rob. All right, let me see if this gets it right. Bear with me here. No, I don't want to call him. Shit. All right, Talik, do you have WhatsApp? Or am I just pissing in the wind here? You know what I mean? It's like, am I just an idiot or what? It's like it's not coming up. If you don't have WhatsApp, just tell me, dude. I'm not gonna use my I'm not gonna call you through your number. I'm losing people on the live stream here, dude. Okay. Can we figure this out? I can't even give you my ex number. I'm dying inside by day. I can't even give you my. I can even give you. I don't want your ex's number. No. Thank you. I'll pass on that, dude. What am I doing wrong here on this number? You don't have WhatsApp, Aleph?
I don't have.
Give me this shit. Now I'm getting frustrated here. Do you have to put the plus? Patience are a virtue. Not the truth. I'll end up, by the time we get to this, it'll be, Nobody's going to be on. Yeah, this is frustrating as hell. Search 09. Maybe it's 091, huh? No results. Jeez Louise. Yeah, it's just not coming up. We're waiting here. I don't know what to do here. Let's see here. This is my last try here. Nope. Sorry, dude. Do you have Skype? Maybe we can try that. What's the other options? Line app? You're not coming up.
What kind of application that Indian people use?
What kind of applications do Indian people use?
Yeah, it's like for some part of different culture, they're gonna use different things.
Okay, can you move to next level? I will watch you live. Hey, Talik, this is what I'll do for you. Send your story in right now, and I will send your story into my email, and I'll review it like that. Because I just can't, I don't know what the hell's going on, okay? So, this is usually a paid service. CoachMacMcCarthy@gmail.com, okay? Thank you. Let's see if we can get, I did Rita Rose. It's frustrating the hell out of me. That's all right. We'll learn how to get through this. David Price is on deck. He wants to use Skype. I actually might be able to do that. Let's see. You think so?
Yeah, he could use it. You can use that by your computer, actually.
All right, David, do you want to tell everyone what your Skype thing is? I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh, let me hit up David. I'm not going to show your face. It'll just be your voice.
Yes.
Just to be clear, David, can you tell me your Skype? Or do you want to send me a quick email? Rita Rose, you'd be fun to talk to. Okay, send it. Either an email or, yeah, your email came up earlier, so. All right, folks, I'm going to take a little pee break. And did it just come in? All right, where's this at? We're going to get this right. All right, David, did you want to, or David, you can call me. I'm Coach Mac McCarthy on Skype. You can find me, Coach Mac McCarthy. You're on a 5-minute delay? Wow. I am using a different software than usual, but it's been working fucking great recently. All right, go ahead and wait a few minutes. I'm going to use the restroom real quick and take a quick. I'll search for you before the break. I'm going to take a few minute break here because we're going to go on a marathon. We're at 2 hours right now. I'm going to get a quick snack of some sort so I don't end up waning. We're at 2 hours. I'll be about 3 to 5 minutes probably. Go ahead when you find me, Coach Mac McCarthy. Just send me a message quickly and then I'll respond and then we'll see. We'll dial this in.
Okay, what would you like to hear a joke, Mr. Luna Martinez? I don't know about the joke that much. I usually stick into about a horror story, a mystical story. One day I might be on camera with the brand new Skinner. Any joke? Okay. My name is spelled just change V to be F, but yeah, you closely right. The waiting game, yeah, probably. uh, the joke. Hold on a sec. Oh God.
All right. Probably comes back and no one's on. Right? Mm-hmm. Oh, 10 still on deck. Faithful. Share your poems. Did you see this?
I didn't see it.
Oh, God.
Who said that?
Okay, it's Aleph. Thanks for helping Mac with the mic and the setup. Did you read that?
I just read for feels.
Share your poems. Are you secretly in the chat?
Share your poem. Okay.
No, Aleph is not secretly in the chat as a different person. Got to match the face with the voice. We'll get some more cameras in here. Don't worry. It's a work in progress. Sometimes you just got to go instead of getting it all right at once. Otherwise, you'll never get it done. Does that make sense? Any joke, Aleph? Is that how you spell your name? Aleph is actually spelled A-L-I-F.
Yes.
And the funny thing is when when he was a student of mine, I said, "Do you know who Alf is?" And he was like, "Alf?" And I was like, "Yeah, you ever heard of Alf?" And you guys know Alf from the sitcom, and I don't know if that's the 80s or whatever. And he looked it up, and he didn't think it was funny.
Because I didn't get it, that's why.
I think I don't remember. Alf was it's like an alien or something. I don't know. I don't even know what you describe it as, but yeah, he didn't think it was too funny. He thought I was referring to him as being Alf, and I was just saying that's similar to his name. All right, David Price, are you on deck yet? How do you connect outside of him being a student? Well, he's graduated now, so he's been out of school for a little while. So, and he lives close by to where I live, maybe 10 minutes away. And he was just always a student that I liked, that we were always cool. And so when he got out of school, and right now there's not a lot of work around, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
Right? And so he started helping me out with the camera. And now that we got this equipment, he's going to help me out with the mixer. And so we went from there. And he's a good kid. That's when you know you're getting older, when you call someone 23 a good kid.
Well, you older than me about 20 years, so you're a kid, that's fine.
I'm not 20 years older.
Okay, sorry.
No, let's not put it there. All right, so David Price is having trouble here. Jeez, man. Well, I gave it an effort.
When Luna Martinez say to tell some joke while you just get out to have a water, it's a lot of joke happen to my head, but it's like maybe they don't get it. It's like tight jokes.
Yeah, it might be a different sense of humor, that's for sure.
So that's why I feel like, what should I do? What can I say like that? Sorry to do that, Martinez.
All right, David, are you? What's your name on Skype? Because I'm not getting a call from you. So what's your name on Skype? I can search you right now. I thought you were searching me, but I'm not getting anything.
He ready calling now. David Price.
He's calling?
He ready.
I know, but I don't. I have Skype on, and I don't have him in front of me. So is your name David Price on? Okay, here he is. Okay, got it. Is your name David Price on? Ah, so you can hear me. Okay. So how do we want to do this, Aleph? Technical man.
Okay, so you just mute the mic mute the sound in only Skype because the sound will come to different level. So just mute on the Skype.
Mute the Skype.
Just your sound on the Skype, like your mic.
Oh wait. What do you mean mute? You mean mute the computer?
Oh no, just only your mic in the Skype. Oh sorry, the sound that came up. This one is Skype, right?
That'll call them though. That won't mute it.
Okay. So why are you calling?
That would mute it right there probably. So he's calling me now.
Yeah, you ready now?
So take it on.
Yes.
Hello?
Hi.
Did it come through the mixer?
Say that again, sorry.
Hello, David.
Hey, Mac. Hi, Coach. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, we hear that.
Can everyone hear David? Just give me one yes on hearing Mr. DP. Yep. Can you hear me okay, David?
Yeah, I hear you great, Coach. Do I have to mute my microphone or something?
No, I think you're fine.
Just only from microphone, sir.
Okay.
Where's the cursor?
All right. So I'm gonna what are you looking for, Aleph?
I'm just checking like this. Is the sound gonna come like
I
Apple
figured
Live?
I can call in and give you my story. You're talking about breaking something down. And,
No. This is the first time I've done this, so congratulations on being the first to do this live on a live stream. And we'll just wing it right now because I haven't done this before. So I don't remember your exact story, so why don't you refresh everyone because we have a live stream on right now. And so you said you had 10 breakups in 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
and I hooked up, met up with a girl who was dream girl from high school, um, about 30, 40 years ago, 30 something years ago. Yeah, maybe 40.
Oh, I remember this story. Someone's saying, Aleph,
Yeah,
that it's
it's
coming in
kind
a
of a
little bit low.
lengthy story, and you covered it like a pro. I heard that just recently, and thank you so much. So, yeah, I'm touching base right now on that.
Does everyone hear him a little bit
So
better?
I
We just
kind
turned
of
up the
went
volume.
back in time and got the girl.
Mm-hmm. So your situation, just to go back to it, was you reconnected. You reconnected with a girl that you had talked to in high school. Am I correct?
Yeah, we met in high school. I was like enamored with her. I mean, she was, a knockout, and but she was involved with somebody else at the time. We met in high school, and somehow we hooked up again. We started communication on Facebook about 10 years ago, and then we started going out, and then we wound up living together,
Mm.
and there were multiple breakups, and this was about a borderline personality breakup. I'm not a
Mm.
doctor, but she fit the traits, the characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, over the course of 5 years, there were 10 breakups. And even a few weeks ago, we touched base again.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting back together, but it was like the same thing all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And,
So a few weeks
yeah,
ago, you're still involved with this woman.
no, I'm not involved. I haven't seen her in over a year.
Okay. So where are you at with it?
The breakups were life changing. They came out of left field, and they came out of nowhere.
And you're contributing it to her borderline issue with her personality?
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but yeah.
Hello? And no, it went off when you did that. The sound went off.
Sorry.
That's all right. You maybe have to pull that out. It's okay. We're going to figure it out.
Yes.
Yeah, you might have to take that out.
Yeah, sorry.
David? Hello? Hello? I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute there. He was trying to do something different with the sound since it's in the background.
Okay, let me see.
No, nothing from your end. Nothing from your end. We're just doing something different from the sound to hear you a little bit better. But I think it's better now for most people. So you right now you're a year out of that relationship, correct?
Yeah, the last time I saw her was April of last year.
Mm-hmm. And so where are you at with it now?
A couple of times over the last month.
Okay, so where are you at with it now? You don't want to revisit it, or you do want to revisit it, or are you just trying to stay out of her way? Because it sounds like you understand that you don't want to get back with this individual, correct?
Well, yeah, I kind of went back there with the phone call to get closure and see where she's at, and she was still kind of angry and blaming me for stuff I really didn't do, and
Mm-hmm.
it was the same thing all over again, and I guess closure is overrated.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that. What was the closure? Maybe it's that one. What was the closure that you needed?
No point in going back because it would keep repeating itself over and over again.
Okay, so what did you need?
Crazy breakups.
What did you?
Like one morning, can I give you an example?
Absolutely.
Okay, like one morning, we get up early on a Saturday morning in bed, and making breakfast and that, and I made breakfast, and she's confessing her undying love. And then all of a sudden, breakfast is over, and she's starts trying to get clean around the house. And I was on the cell phone, and I was checking Facebook, stuff like that. And she's like, "You're watching me clean, and you're on the phone." And next thing, I'm a worthless piece of crap. And she's freaked out, and she charged me, spit in my face.
Jesus.
Like just within an hour or so ago, not even, she was confessing her undying love, and now over cleaning at like 9:30 on a Saturday morning, she's going nuts and total disrespect. She spit in my face, and I turned around, I just left the place. I was like, screw this, I'm not going to put up with this. I had no frame of reference, and then we had a breakup from there, out of nowhere, and we didn't see each other for 18 months.
Okay, so you broke up with her after that event?
Well, I left, and then she came back, and, well, I wouldn't say it broke up, I just left. And then she, was calling me and everything else, and then she freaked out, and then she broke up, and then,
What?
It's back and forth with those people.
So what kept, like, you just gave me an example that to me, it's easy for me to look at because I wasn't in your relationship or in your shoes. So I can be completely objective and go, oh, if that was me, I wouldn't have put up with that shit. But the reality is it's different for you when you're in those shoes. So what I would ask you is, what kept you in a relationship where someone's going to spit on you and act that way? So why would you come back to that? Are you there?
I just wanted it, I kind of saw it as a storybook relationship, getting the girl that got away, and, she was, so attractive, and plus I'm in my 50s, so, you want to try and find the right one at that age. You don't want to be messing around on the dating scene anymore, and I kind of thought that would be right, because when it was good, it was really good, but then it would just go upside down out of nowhere. There would be these weird things, and she came from a family. When she was growing up, there was violence. I think I told you
right
in an email. She came from a mafia family,
right,
and there was deaths in the family, and so the guys in her family either vanished or they were bad role models. So she looks at guys that they are going to always drop the ball on her, and so she's gets prepared to bail before they bail on her, and it really sucks.
Well,
and so I get.
Go ahead.
I feel bad for her for that, because that wasn't her fault, So.
But who feels bad for you?
I can't take the abuse.
Right.
She does get very abusive, verbally abusive, not physically abusive, but she just loses her temper like you wouldn't believe.
Al, if you just turned it off.
Yes. You turn it off?
Yeah, it's off now. What did you do?
Try to use this.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
You there?
Now I can hear you. Okay, that's
Oh,
much.
okay.
I think that's much louder for everyone. So, David, I apologize, but right now Al is kind of playing with the mixer so we can get a better connection. And right now, I think can someone attest in the live stream that you can just hear David a little louder? David, go ahead and just say hello. Hello?
Hey, Ed. Hi, Matt.
Okay. I think it's a little bit more clear now, I hope. Okay, so where I lost you at, and thanks for having patience, because we're we're working through this as a technical thing also. So you're a little bit of the guinea pig, David, if you don't mind. But the
Hey, you guys are doing great. Great job.
all right,
I mean,
but
the studio looks great there now, and the mic sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
volume's better. It's a little bit. We're doing the best we can. Okay, so back to your situation. So just to be clear, I know your story. We went through it in a past session, but what I wanted to say is that obviously you're going back and forth with her, and did you feel like now looking back that you could see the sign, you could what I call a playbook, or was it just completely a playbook means that, in other words, this and this happened, so now this is going to happen every single time. And I think that with someone like this, could you see that coming, or was it just out of nowhere every time as far as these blow-ups?
Looking back, I could see it every single time. It was the same sort of thing. She'd go in that robot mode, and all hell would break loose. I mean, she's non-communicative. She doesn't communicate, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so now that you've talked to her a few times, I want to get back to this part where you said that you wanted closure, because basically you're at a point now, you know everything that went wrong. You can connect the dots looking back. A lot of people make regrets, but you can connect dots and actually get some kind of idea of the problems now very clearly. That's actually what helps when you break up and you have time alone. You can put things together rather than just put out fires. You could put the puzzle pieces together, because you seem very clear on what you're very understanding and compassionate. Like, oh, well, her family had a lot of anger, this, that, and the other, and this is why I stayed. But now you're a year later. Do you still feel like you're hurt by this?
no, not as much anymore, believe it or not. There is some closure, even though there wasn't really closure with her.
Mm-hmm. And what helped you with the closure?
Well, a friend of mine suggested that I try reaching out to her, and that's why I got in touch with her a few weeks ago. They said, you got to see what's going on. You got to have a sit down with her, because at one point she did a smear campaign on me
Oh,
with high school people that
okay. That's why. So
we
she
went to
got your
school
attention
with.
that way.
She's one of those people that would go online and she'd post these things about a breakup, and everything would point to me.
Okay.
And his friend said, listen, you got to have a sit down or something with her. So instead, I decided to call, and I had a call, and I did say, you know what? You blasted me to people unfairly, and you said some things that weren't true because you were pissed off. And then she just freaked out. And that was kind of my closure, because I saw she did not accept any of the responsibility when she was clearly off base. And I was like, this is never going to change. So that provided some closure.
Mm-hmm. Do you? So now, present day, right now, where are you at with all this? Where are you? Are you dating other women? Are you taking a break?
Yeah, I haven't seen, I haven't been out on a date since last seeing her in over a year. So,
Okay, so
I've kind of put that on the shelf for a while, but, I want to get started again.
you do want to get started again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And not with her.
I would not advise that, no. And usually I don't give. The funny thing about what I do, especially in live coaching sessions, I rarely give direct advice. And a lot of times, what I mean by that is that I lay out options and I discuss things. Like I said, I unpack them, and then hopefully you make your own decision. But I will, in certain cases like this, advise strongly against going back to this individual, because you will never win, David. You're never going to win. You could say 2 + 2 is 4, and if she feels like saying it's 5, she'll she'll go to the end to it. And this is the kind of person she is. So,
Oh yeah, and one thing during
Sure.
one of those conversations I had with her,
Sure.
she was telling me I did things that I know I never did, and I said I don't remember that. I never did anything like that, and I think she was just putting me to a test. And when I stood firm, she just like backed off of me.
well, what is it that you, what is it? May I ask it? This might be a personal. What is it that you did for? You said you're in your late 50s. What did you do for a living, or what was your career, if I may ask?
Computer programming.
Computer programming. So in computer programming, you don't have a lot of interactions with different people then, or you do, as far as yours was?
Well, I work with end users and things like that, and people that request things. But I also do writing and
Okay.
things like that. I'm moving away from the computers
Okay. It's funny because everyone else has to move towards computers.
because I like more interaction.
I was just curious
That's
because
kind of like a solitary thing, for
Yeah.
the most part.
yeah, the reason I asked that is a lot of when you meet someone like this that has this kind of personality, and I'm not going to just call her borderline or whatever because I don't know. I'm not a doctor or bipolar or schizophrenia. I don't know. Well, let's just call it crazy, okay? And erratic. Okay, that would be a good word. And
Yeah, that's fair. And you know what? One last thing before you get going. Not one last thing, but
Sure.
one thing before you get going. When you look at her Facebook page, she has kids and she has her mother and she has a brother, and they'd always post, "This is my crazy sister," or "This is my crazy mother," or "This is my crazy daughter." And she's prone, they all say she has a notorious temper. And I used to laugh it off when we first started going out because she seemed so sweet and had the smile. But now I see there's truth to the humor.
well, I mean, the funny thing is when you're in it, like I tell people, you can't like videotape yourself or your actions or what's going on. You're in the middle of it. It's not a movie, and then you connect the dots later on. That's the beauty of when you break up and it's not fun, is you start to put puzzle pieces together and you're like, oh shit, that moment was a moment that I kind of just overlooked and laughed off, but it was actually a huge hint of what was to come next. And they know her better than you do.
Totally glossed over. And you know what, Mac? In the
Yep.
beginning of that relationship, I could do no wrong. It was nothing but compliments and, like you said, say rose petals and wine glasses.
Yeah.
But once a couple of months, 2-3 months went down the road, she started saying, "Oh, maybe you're, trying to be my psychiatrist and stuff, and poking faults at me." And yeah, I ignored these red flags. It was just unbelievable. She was saying I had Asperger's and stuff like that. I mean,
So she had flipped it on you that you were the infected, messed up individual. Is that
right? Once she got past that honeymoon period, then she started, throwing things out there.
well? Here's an interesting thing because I've now in the world of the internet and everyone knowing, and like I said, I'm not a doctor and I don't throw out these labels on people I don't know. Like I said, call crazy, or let's use more simplistic terms such as erratic or something like that. As far as diagnosing them with one of these titles, I don't know. Could be, but the one thing that I have noticed is if someone goes out of their way to the most common one now, David, is narcissism. Like this person's a narcissist, or this person's bipolar is another one, and the list goes on. Okay,
Right. Narcissism, borderline, bipolar, everyone's that right away.
right. When someone is your girlfriend or even a boyfriend, but I've noticed it in my experience, a lot of women will throw this out at some men. And then the question you got to ask yourself, if you're ever in this situation, this is good for the live stream also. If you're ever in a situation where you're in a relationship with someone or even a colleague and they start throwing out terms and they somehow come off as someone that knows a lot about this, Because because people do a lot of reading on the internet now, and they become little junior experts, and they just regurgitate everything they read, and so narcissism this and narcissism that and this and that, and I know what they are. List goes on. What I'm getting at, and I just had a client 2 or 3 months ago, and he was in his late 30s, good guy, had healthy relationships in the past. He said he had some faults, this, that, and the other, and the girlfriend he was with said she had some issues with depression, some other things, anxiety, I don't know. And then she started accusing him of being a narcissist, being like all these blanket terms. And the question you got to ask yourself, if you're ever in this situation, I don't think you're going to get in this again because this was an education for you, David. Does any of my friends or family or past people I've been with accuse me of the same things this person is? That's really telling. Because this guy that I was talking to, I said, wait a minute, because this guy was going to go get checked out by a psychologist. He was actually believing what the woman had told him about himself. I said, wait a minute, has anyone that's your close friend or family member said these things about you before? And he goes, no, that's the thing. I go, well, then quit pleading your case. Like, this is one person who's actually has mental issues themselves and is projecting it onto you so they don't have to look in the mirror. Does that make sense? So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
They're getting out.
And she said she saw a psychiatrist or something, and he wasn't helping her, and he turned out to be. Yeah, it makes sense. Make it a long story.
Well, what they do is they try to get out in front of it. So instead of you judging them or questioning them,
get out in front of it. I like that.
They try to get out in front of it. And it's the same thing with a lot of times with alcoholics. I've had alcoholics in my family. They go straight for the kneecaps on a comment, the lowest thing they can say to you, because then that gets you back on your toes explaining yourself. It sounds like you had to do, like in the situation with, you just sound like a nice guy, David. I mean that as a compliment. And so she knew how to push your buttons, and then you're kind of like, wait, why are you mad? And then you're explaining yourself, well, I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. The reality is some individuals create these situations to control the frame, and that means they control you. And so that's why you had 10 breakups, because somehow, some way you felt guilty, I think. You had this way of feeling guilty. Thing.
I used to leave those breakups. When she'd get in those moods, I would leave the house. And she said, be a man, stay here and fight with me. I like to fight. And
okay. So here's an interesting thing. We kind of glaze over shit like that, where you go, oh yeah, that's kind of weird. You like to fight. And I just listening to your voice and your tone, you don't seem like someone that necessarily likes to fight. So I don't. Full disclosure, I'm the same way.
I'm not one of these people that looks for confrontations. I try and solve things.
So what I was going to say is you said from her background and her family life, this is what she's used to, and so she's probably fighting for sport, and she looks at it as something that this is the way she communicates, and you really have to listen to people, and this is something I'm not a psychologist, but I read a lot of psychology books, and now I've dealt with a lot of different people, and being a teacher for years, just know people really well. When they say I or I am, you really have to listen, because that's going to dictate their actions. A lot of people say, oh, look at people's actions, not their words. When people go I am or I like, these kind of statements, and you think, wow, that just doesn't seem real. Like you might be like, oh, she doesn't really like to fight. No, she does. And her subconscious is going to guide her into situations where you dropped a piece of toast on the floor and she goes nuts, right? And you're like, oh shit, like what are you so mad about the toast? We'll just make a new one, or you know what I mean? And those kind of things are opportunities for her to make it true that she likes to fight. Does that make sense? So. Oh yeah,
absolutely. When I look back at the different things, sure.
So what I want to give you credit for, though, as an individual, is you've never been. Here's the thing that people don't realize when they're in a situation like this, right? Is you think everyone from the outside will go, oh, everyone's getting, and I give you credit for being on the live stream and letting people judge you and whatnot, and sharing your story. But the reality is You didn't train. I told the other guy I was talking about earlier, you didn't train to deal with someone like this. You don't know their playbook.
No, I had no experience
Right?
with this.
It's like, it's like taking on a pet cobra and you're like, "Oh yeah, I'll take them on. I heard they're poisonous and everything, but I think I can feed them from far away." And then someone goes, "Oh no, they have a biting radius of 20 feet," and you go, "Oh shit, I got bit 3 times." You don't know. So you people get in relationships. It's like I've had people that I always use the addict one because my father was a bad alcoholic off and on for years. And there's things about addicts or alcoholics. Addict is an alcoholic actually, but the things that they do are very common, right? Making excuses and putting the drink first and la-di-la-di-ah. Well, when someone, like there's been people that I've had before that are like, I just don't understand why they, and I'm like, well, did anyone when you were young an addict and no, never. Well, you have no experience. So you know what I mean? It's like just because you're of a certain age and a certain life experience it's called ignorance. Ignorance isn't dumb. It's just you don't know what you don't know. And so unfortunately for you got a fucking really big lesson on a crazy girlfriend who likes to fight, who likes to argue. And
you know what made it so hard, Mac?
Yes.
Coach, what made it so hard is she was like the high school dream girl that got away. So that's why I kept giving it so many more chances. I was looking for that storybook ending. The guy holding the radio outside the window.
The guy holding the radio outside the window. I don't know that
so
one.
So many tries because she was so nice. When she was good, she was great. And when she was bad, she was awful. I didn't give up the dream. And you know what? Now I did.
Well, you know what? Don't get down on yourself because you had a reason, you had a narrative, right? Everyone's telling themselves a story. That's at the core of everything. It's like when I tell people to write their story out, it's probably one of the most therapeutic things you can do in getting clarity because conversational things like we're having right now, if you could write out your full story, you actually get clear on some things you overlook sometimes. And even if you don't consider it, you seem like you were a pretty decent writer. Even if you're not a good writer, it just gets everything out, all the puzzle pieces out on the table, and you can kind of start putting stuff together and look at where you misinterpreted things. And when it's real time, it's really difficult to puzzle piece this stuff. And then when you were doing it, like I said, you're just putting out fires. You're like, all right, let me just get through this. She's mad at me. Okay. I don't want to fight. So you probably just kept giving in. And then each time you gave in, she just knows she can take it a little bit further and take it a little bit further. But the idea that you created that narrative where it's like this is the high school sweetheart that got away, and you probably were highly attracted to her. And I would have to guess, and I could be wrong, and maybe you don't want to divulge this on the live stream, but I bet the intimacy was good because people that are up and down create a lot of passion. So they create a lot of...
no complaints there. Absolutely.
It creates this makeup to breakup. And I, in my own relationships, I've had relationships where I've broken up, but I've never done repeated breakups. And I've never used that as sometimes people use breaking up as a bargaining chip. And that's dangerous. And if that becomes a playbook, you're gonna have someone go, well, I'll break up with you then. And then they expect you to get back together with you because they're used to those kind of damaged relationships. But you should never use breaking up as a bargaining chip. Breaking up should be a serious thing that's only done when all other negotiations are off and you're sick of what's going on and it's got to end. And then if you get back together, you should take a little bit of time apart and realize what's the problem, what to get back together. And this just seems like, I'm sorry to tell you, she's not going to change. People can change. She would literally need years of probably therapy, or I'm a big fan of hypnotherapy, which shortens it up, and you have to be open to that. That being said, David, she sounds like the kind of individual, if you're going to do therapy, you got to be open. You can't be, I want to fight. You can't be, I want to be right. You got to be vulnerable. And that's why I said to leave right now,
Coach,
like you got to believe.
Best, but I realize, from what you're saying and what I experienced, there's no future with her. I'll wish her the best. I feel bad that it has to be that way, but I'm not going to feel bad that it's going to hold me back. I kind of have whatever closure I'm ever going to have.
Well, thanks for sharing all this, and I hope it doesn't scare you away from dating in the future and learning some
No,
things.
not at all. Not at all.
Where
But it had, I did need the time. It's been about a year and a half since I last been out on a date. So, but I'm ready.
good. I
It'll
would.
be okay.
Um,
But it took a year and a half. Now I'm only for the first time considering it.
Well, give yourself a break. The good news is that you're out outside the other tunnel. You're actually a couple times when we talk to you, you're not laughing hilariously, but you're kind of like giggling. Like when you can start looking back and going, I can't believe what I was thinking. That's a good thing. Do you know what I mean? Like I can feel that from you that you're like, yeah, like can't believe I was in that situation. Well, now you're on the other side of the tunnel and you're going, I'm not going back in there again. I don't think you're going to revisit it. The idea that she did these smear campaigns in Facebook, I could see why social media, maybe that, there was a direct reason to be like, hey, what's going on here, right? In that particular case, I think a lot of your friends or people around you from high school probably, they care about you, know your character. I've had situations.
The real friends, you know what? That's the funny thing, Coach. The real friends, they stuck by me. But
Yeah.
these guys that I didn't even know.
Yep.
They would be cheering her on, like, oh yeah, he shouldn't be treating you that way, and blah. They'd be piling on. But the friends, they all stuck by me. I lost no friends through this, but she has her little fan club. But that's fine.
Well, no, that's the thing is I look at it like this. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to deal with something like that online. I think it's cheap and it says something very
really
fucking
sick.
low about your character. When any partner in any situation goes to social media and airs up crap, I just find that extremely low as an adult to go there.
Yeah, like she posts little things, nothing major like pointed at me, but like everyone would know we'd be going out from high school, and then she would post something like a broken dish on the floor and say, oh, once the plate is smashed, it can't be put back together again. And everyone would say, oh, let that guy go, he's a loser. I'm like, holy shit, who are these people? They don't even know me. I never even talked to these people for 5 minutes.
David, the thing about it is the people that are going to respond to that are the people that want to relate. So someone else that's going to be more like-minded is going to jump on that. Someone else that's not like-minded is going to go, oh, you know what? I know David. He's a pretty cool dude. This is kind of bullshit. So it's like you said, the friends.
Yeah, I didn't lose any friends for this, but it was still kind of weird to see that pile on.
Well, it just says a lot about her character. It's her true colors shining through, man. It's like that, then you're like, okay. And a lot of times what you don't want to get caught up in, and I noticed this when you first wrote your story and you sent your email and whatnot, you don't want to get caught up and much longer in blowing the whistle on how bad a person she was or how bad a relationship it was. At some point, you got to get to a point and you go, I'm done. Whether it's closure or no closure, I had my experience. I got burned by the stove, and I did. And here's what you want to come back to when you're feeling down or you're feeling guilty. I know it's a simple statement, but here's a big one that I always recommend to people that sounds simple. Really get control of your self-talk, because that little voice in your head fucks with you sometimes. And you got to come back with this every time. I did the best I could.
I'm writing that down right now. Self-talk.
Self-talk's huge, because even when you're in your car or you're alone and the mouse wheel's running and you're like, oh shit, I wasted. A lot of people do this thing. I wasted time. No one. You're never wasting time. Everything's happening. It's happening for a reason. You're gonna learn shit from it. You're gonna have ups and downs. You're gonna have highs and lows. And this is one of those situations. You actually had some good moments with this woman, and you had to give it a shot.
Oh, yeah. A lot of good moments.
Right. And you had to give it a shot because it was someone from your past. And you know what? It sounds like out of 10 breakups, you gave it more than most people would. So you can hold your head up high and you go, I did the best I could based on what I know. Because a lot of times someone else could look at this and go, wow. I'd go, wow. Fuck, if the minute she acted like that with me, I would have been done. I'm a different person. I don't have the same experience as you do. So you you had the right intentions. You were like, oh, I want to make this work. I love this woman. I care about her. Your intentions were good.
Oh yeah, I always had the, I was determined each time.
You had good
Yeah, you're
intentions
right.
and you did the best you
And
could.
not everybody's the same. They have the different thresholds or different whatever.
And so that's what you want to come back to. Your self-talk is, every time you get down on yourself or you get upset or you get angry at her, you go, you know what? I did the best I could. It was a high school sweetheart, and I got to see what it would be like. And how many motherfuckers want to, excuse my French, how many they had a crush in high school, Aleph. You got a crush in high school that you go, oh my God, I wish I could meet her again. And you got to do that. Unfortunately, it wasn't what it was wrapped up to be, but at least you have that, you close that loop, right? So that's that. And now,
yeah, I got to see what was missing and wasn't missing.
Yeah, and you lived a thriller of a movie, Fatal Attraction, if you will, right? So I mean, it's like and you learned something from it right now. You learned a lot from it. And so, like I said, at some point, stop blowing the whistle and pointing out how bad she was. You don't have to say how great she was, but you got to get to a point and go, you know what, this is David time. This is time for me to get back on deck. Late 50s right now, you're in a good place in your life. You're happy with who you are. You can still date. Shit, man. And you got a little education on it. I'd recommend that you read the book No More Mr. Nice Guy, Rational Male, and Models, just because those are good books when you're single. They have 3 different perspectives on dating and men. I don't agree with everything, but it gets you back into a mode where you start thinking about attraction and different things like that. But it doesn't sound like you did a whole lot wrong here. You just got to let go of how bad she has been and how bad was as a girlfriend and move forward with your head high. Does that help you?
Well, Mac, thanks, Coach. Thanks so much. I will read those books, and you've been terrific. You're the real deal, man. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. I wish you all the well. Are you in New York?
Yes.
You got the little New York accent there. Yeah. Cool, man. Okay, so
yeah, you called me.
Okay, it's been good talking to you, and then we'll see if we can get another person on deck right now. And thanks for being the first call, and thanks for being patient with the technical difficulties there. But I appreciate you, bud, and I wish you all the best moving forward. And do me a favor, if things work out for you in the first date or something goes down, you got a quick question, just email me, okay, bud?
And
I will. Thanks so much, and best.
All right, bud.
thank you, David, and sorry everyone for lately.
He means the technical part. No one's
Yes.
upset. Actually, someone gave you a shout out and said good job. All right, David, we'll talk to you again, and take it easy, bud. Bye-bye. All right. That went pretty well. We got 12 on deck still. George Costanza, yeah.
Back to internet.
All right, Talik, do you want to try Skype? Do you have Skype, Talik? I'll give you a shot. I'm 2 hours, 40 minutes. I'm putting in some overtime today. If you have Skype, I'll do it. No Skype?
He says sorry.
Oh, my God. Downloaded that. Everyone's like, we're going to get one of those stories.
Nice shot, Mr.
If anyone else wants to talk on Skype, I got good energy today. You know what I just started trying? Has anyone ever heard of MCT oil?
MCT oil?
Yeah, MCT oil. It's like extracted from coconut oil. And you just take like a little tablespoon of it. It's a nice little natural energy boost. Man, that's going to frustrate me about that. Because that Skype came in pretty damn clear, actually, huh?
Yeah.
That was cool.
So now I know how it work. Yeah.
To use this?
Yes.
Thanks, Skinner. I appreciate your feedback. I will sell it at my store. All right. I'll be taking more calls in the future. I'm open if someone else wants to talk on Skype in the next minute or two, because that came in really clear. Yeah, it is free to download, huh, Rob? Yeah, when Aleph kept messing around with it, I'm thinking to myself, just quit messing around with it. But you did make it better. So I'm one of those where I go like, all right, we'll just deal with it as half-ass, you know. David, were there cultural differences? So David's off. David, I don't think there were. I mean, he had went to high school with this woman. I believe she was Italian descent, and I'm not sure of his descent. T-Mac, where you at? T-Mac hasn't been in here, I don't think, that I know of. I could be wrong. I think there is a bit of a delay.
It's just only 6 seconds. It's just delay on that. It's like the processing of this.
I have Zoom and Google Meet. Wow. So this is one of those things I have to appease you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I have Zoom and Google Meet. I have Zoom, but it doesn't come in clear usually for some reason. Google Meet I do have, actually.
Wanna try? But is that for a class, I think, that you have for Google Meet?
Well, I mean, you know what we could do is...
Luna Martinez said that it's just a delay about 2 seconds.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I know what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Luna.
I know what we can do here. Let's just do Google Hangouts, which
Okay.
I think is just as easy.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you at, dude?
Alf again?
I didn't say anything about Alf.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
But they remember me as an Alf, not Aleph.
Yeah, he didn't like that the first time I said that to him. I said, when he was in class, I said, "You ever hear of Alf?" And then he looked him up. He's like, "What does this mean?" Talik, email me at Coach Mac McCarthy, and I'll add you on the Google Hangouts, and we can do that actually immediately if you do it. Just email me really quick right now and just say hello, and then I'll just add you to Google Hangouts, and we can just talk right away. That'll be simple. Simple dimple. Game changing on the live stream. We can have live calls. Anyone else want to back up and have a chat right now about their situation? Rita Rose, I think you'd be interesting. You want to get on for the Skype? Just the fact that you go between Paris and New York's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just in Paris. I lived in Paris, and then I go back to New York. And then, it's like,
Wow.
you don't meet many people like that. Right? It's like,
Yeah.
I've never been to Paris.
Well, as a photographer, I could say that New York and Paris is the most thing to take a photo, and you will get a lot of fucking good shot.
Yeah, and well, I guess for photography, I'm not into photography. Yeah, I guess so. Paris is supposed to be like isn't it like the most romantic city?
Yeah, but I would like to go New York because in New York there is the place that have a lot of art, and that I got inspired some picture by that.
Okay, he's gonna download Skype.
Thank you, Mr. Dalek.
It's just like, man, you just email me. I can do Google Hangouts, but Skype came in very clear, so I'm very confident now that would be good. I think it's not that difficult. But Rita Rose, if you want to talk or someone else wants to talk in the meantime, let me know. We'll line them up today. I got some juice. I got the Hugo.
Or the platform. What does it mean, Luna Martinez?
Minnesota's better. Oh, for photography, maybe.
Oh, maybe I would
I
like
don't
to
know.
try. If I have a chance, I would love to.
Apps downloaded. My name's Coach Mac McCarthy on Skype. So, can you find me on there? Can you find me on Skype? Or can you tell me your name on Skype? You'd like to hear some Thai perfume, I believe.
สวัสดีครับ This is how
Swadee krap.
Thai we say.
Sabadi my cup. That's hello and that's how are you. And then the cup is always for a man.
Yeah, it's like a polite word to say the last of the word.
So do you have a name on Skype right now, Mr.
Well, if he just recited in Skype, he gotta take time about 5 minutes.
I'm just looking through my Skype of past clients. If any of them are on right now, I just give them a random call. That would be pretty bad, though, when they're like, oh, you're on the live stream right now. Are you guys okay with this? I've been to Paris. I recommend it. I recommend the croissants.
Oh,
I've told you guys before. I actually have family in France. My mother's half French.
I would like to try out l'escargot.
Escargot?
Yeah,
You know what that is, right?
I know.
It's snails.
Yeah, I would like to try.
I've had it.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
You know what it tastes like?
I don't know.
Snails.
Oh, thank you, Mac.
Yeah. It's they just drench it in garlic butter, and I had it as a little kid.
So what about?
Actually, the snails that are around like my garden and stuff, those are the kind they use. They're huge. The snails in Thailand are huge.
They use that snail, but it's sea snail, I think.
I have no idea.
That was a rate from ingredient how to make a list.
Rita, are you still on deck to confirm that?
So what about foie gras? Have you tried that before?
What did you try? What is it?
Foie gras.
Foie gras?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
It's kind of French food too, but it's like a steak by a duck.
A duck steak.
Yes. If I don't get wrong.
Okay.
Oh, it's main perfume.
How many more we got on deck? We got 13 on deck still, patiently waiting for it to leak. If you, like I said, if you gave me your email to leak, I can. The rain stopped, huh, Aleph?
Really?
We've had some serious rain, man.
Yeah. Now it stop rain.
Boo, not tonight. I wouldn't even know what to talk about. I'm zenned out at the moment. All good, Rita Rose. I just think it's interesting someone that flies in between New York and Paris. That's cool. And I know that I think you said you're in the same age range too, right? You're in the late 30s. And your situation, I have a very good memory if I'm correct. You worked with the individual you were with, and then he ended up dating someone that you guys worked with, and you were pretty upset about that, I think. Has Aleph been to any other countries?
Just only Singapore when I was 13.
Singapore.
Yes.
Singapore's, I don't want to say. Singapore, for me, it was pretty boring.
Well, on that time we just went there to have to play amusement park. I went there. On that time I have
It's a very clean place.
Yeah, it's really clean.
It's very clean and a lot of malls. There's not a lot of, well, I don't know. I don't know it well enough. I've only been there for like 3 days once. And then anytime I've said something negative about it, someone that's from there will get all upset. And I know some people from there that are really cool, actually. It's a very financial district type thing.
Well, but I think they have a good in transport. Like in transport, the public transport is really good.
Okay, public transportation. I'll
Yeah.
tell you this much, brand new Skinner. If you want to travel, I would come to Thailand first. I would say that it's pretty nice here. It's pretty nice. I don't have any. I'm very happy where I'm at. Does anyone else want to get a call going? I'm open. Like I said, I got the Hugo today. Rita Rose. The Hugo, which you know what Hugo means? Alan?
No, is his name?
I believe it means juice in Spanish. El
Juice.
Español.
Juice.
Juice.
Oh, like
Like
orange
you
juice.
have, but you can say like I got juice,
Uh-huh.
right? Skinner. I don't think he's playing. I don't know. Just might. I've never tried snails. I like the duck liver, moose, though foie gras, foie gras. So she's talking about what you were asking about.
Foie gras.
There's actually a place here that a French guy has called the Kamla Butchery, and they have that stuff.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Well, if they use butchery, I think they're gonna have
Yeah,
that.
no, they have it there. They have it there. It's all right. Yeah.
Because butcher is a French word from boucherie.
Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Old Romeo's comes out. Here we go.
When I was high school, I'm a French English student.
You have good French?
On that time, yes. Back to 6 years ago, yes. No, 5 years ago, yes.
I want to eat deer, moose, or horse. They look tasty. Wow, horse? I used to know people that ate some horse. Polynesians eat a lot of horse. Actually, in the Bay Area, we had I had a lot of Polynesian friends that would eat horse. I've never had moose. I've had deer, which is called venison. Well, Wayne here. I'm open to one more call if someone wants to get in on a Skype. Anyone else want to get in? No one wants to unpack anything. I'm surprised. They're like, no. All it takes is a Skype. We will have an Instagram. He's probably getting everything together. All right, everyone's patiently waiting. Talik, are you still on deck? Are you ready?
Would you like to do something to kill the time, like unpack some other story, like for short story? Oh,
I don't have one I don't have one just waiting right now.
Okay.
What do you mean another short story? Or you
Yeah.
want to talk about your own life, Aleph?
I think too, but
He's 23 years old. He's been going through a lot in his life. So what would you say? That Aleph's face just went like, "What?" I'm just joking. So you've been 2 years single, Aleph, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any issues with your ex situations, right?
Yeah,
There's no problems.
there's no
You
problem.
don't even talk to him.
Yeah, because when I cut someone out of my life, I don't get back anymore.
That's a Thai thing.
That's not a Thai thing.
I knew he was gonna say that. There's a lot of people that say that. People actually that are like that. I've heard people say that before. Like when I cut someone, I cut them out,
Yeah,
and they actually do well with breakups. But I don't necessarily think you need to do that. It depends on the type of person you are.
yeah. It's like it. Actually, I can be friends with my ex, but depends on how we end. But for the last one, we did not end it good, so that's why I don't want like to hang out with a person like that. So it's like no,
Once you got done wrong, you're done.
yeah.
So you never did anything wrong.
I never did for in relationship. Well, with in relationship, I never cheat on any girl, even I have a chance to. When I'm being like in relationship, I don't do any cheating. So for me, it's like when you talking with your ex, it's like you didn't cheating on me, I know, but hey, could you just respect our time? It does it.
I just got an email from, I believe it's Talik, I believe his name is. I could be wrong. Could be Talik. I'm not sure.
Hi everyone. How many people are there? 10, right?
Okay, here, hold on a sec here.
So how many crush do you have for your 39 life?
Crush?
Yes.
I usually don't talk about my relationships, but crushes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean. Like that I've had a crush that didn't work out, or one that
No.
like what do you what this is a good question because English is your second language, so my question would be like what's your definition of crush?
My point is like how many girl that could make you feel like she cute, you like her like that. Because for me, for my 23.
Oh, I'm 39, dude. I mean that would take a long time to say how many girls that I mean a crush.
Yes.
To me would be someone you might not say it to. Like you really you like some girl from work, or you like some girl you go to school with, but you didn't really capitalize on it. Is that what you mean? Like you didn't end up with them?
Yeah. So I just mean crush in a good way. Like you see her, you just feel impressed with her, but it's like you don't want her to be yours. Just feel good to see. That's all.
Talik, are you there? Hello?
Hi, Oscar. My zodiac sign. Okay.
Talik, are you here?
It's Scorpio.
Talik's supposed to be on. Do you have to turn the thing on? Do you have to turn the volume on?
I did it for like.
I just called him and he's supposed to be on right now.
So do you hear him?
No.
Me too. Cause I didn't put it off.
Jesus, this is a. Talik, are you there? Meeting with.
Nice to meet you, new Scorpio Skinner.
What's your actual name here? Meeting with Talik, copy clipboard, start call. Hello? Talik? Hello? Nope, it's not coming through, man. He's saying he can hear me. I can't hear you, though.
So what about, does he have any like headphone to put a light?
Yeah.
Or the mic? His mic is okay, right?
He just gave me a thumbs up.
His mic in his phone is okay? If it's okay, that's
I mean,
fine.
he asked me to join a meeting. I don't know why that's different than just calling. Is there something that I'm not pushing that's... Jeez. Extremely frustrating here. You've been invited here to click on me. No account needed. Hello?
Oh shit. Is it connect? Seem like he cut his line.
Oh, he just cut? Yeah, it showed that he cut out. Nobody's around.
Didn't come from him
Dude.
again. Okay.
Amazing. Just amazing, huh?
Yeah.
Just amazing.
But good thing is today we try.
Well, I mean, if he could... Oh, but you know what?
Yeah.
Here we go. We're going to... This is going to be like... Everyone's going to get on their feet clapping like it's Rudy. Now I'm inviting him to Google Hangouts to see if that works.
Oh, Oscar, you're Cancer. Cancer and Scorpio is the same as a water element.
What?
Well, I read the zodiac. I like to read sometime like that, like the mystery things. How zodiac sign is included of that too.
Hello? Talik?
Have you opened your mic on, Talik?
Talik, are you there?
Do you open your mic?
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Hello.
Oh, here we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Talik.
We can hear you now.
Hello?
Keep on saying.
Hello.
You're coming in really choppy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, right. That's a little bit better. I don't know where you're at right now, but wherever you did just now. Talik, let's talk about your story. It's been a long time coming. Congratulations. You are absolutely unstoppable when it comes to communicating. So I'm very impressed with your tenacity on getting on the mic today. So what would you, I usually have you write out your story. Tell me what happened in your breakup.
Breakup. I I begged her. I begged her a lot, and she kept telling me that she was not attracted to me anymore.
Okay, so she's not attracted to you anymore. How many years were you together? 4 years?
Around 4 years.
4 years. And then just recently she told you she's not attracted to you anymore?
No, a month ago.
A month ago. Okay, so do you believe her?
Yes, I believe her. She never lied to me.
Okay. So she broke up with you and she gave the reason that she's not attracted to you anymore. So at this point, what do you think that means? Because attraction means different things. It can be physical, it can be personality. What do you think why do you think that is?
Oh, I think that mm, so we are in the long distance relationship.
You were in a long distance relationship.
Yes, we never we meet at least once in a month, and we're always talking in phone only in phone calls.
Okay, so the long distance maybe got old for her? Is that possible?
What's that?
So you were in a long distance relationship, 4 years. She said she's unattracted to you now. What do you want to do? Do you, because I don't think you're going to change the situation anytime soon. The thing about long distance relationships is they have expiration dates. People get sick of being far apart from each other. Was there ever any plan to move near each other?
No, she's moving away to another city.
She's moving away to university.
Yeah, another city for her further studies.
Okay. So this wasn't personal towards you. This is circumstances. She's going to have to move to university. She's starting something new, and she's not willing to continue the relationship before she goes to university. So what you have to realize is it's probably not going to be a good relationship if she's not attracted to you anymore and she's going away to a university. So how do you move forward? So currently, it's been how long since you broke up?
Around, I think that breakup process was about 3 months.
So you've been broken up for 3 months.
Yes, the process was about 3 months. I went no contact under 1 month and 16 days, and I broke it.
You broke it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
After 1 month and 16 days, I
Okay.
broke it.
Okay. So what do you want now? What would be the best situation for Talik?
I don't know how to move on. I want her back.
Okay. So the best situation for you would be to move on.
I don't think I can move on. I want her back.
Oh, okay. But what would be the best situation for you? So you don't think you can move on. The reality is you can, you don't want to. You're a human being. You're capable of moving on. Many people have broken up with other people and have moved on. Is it easy? No. 4 years, that's a long time, bro. That's a long time. So that is impressive that you were together with someone for 4 years and in long distance. But here's the thing. You can move on. The first thing you got to ask yourself is you need to take it day by day, okay? And get through each day, okay? And each day, your goal is just to show up. Do you currently have a job, or you go to school, or what do you do currently with your day?
I do not have a job. I'm a student.
Okay, that's okay. You're a student. What are you studying? What are you studying?
College in first semester.
Again, please?
BA college in first semester.
Okay. And do you like what you're studying?
Yes.
Okay, well that's important. And are you a good student?
Not that good.
Really? Well, that's something you can work on then, right? That has nothing to do with your ex right now. So right now, your ex went away to another university, so she's going to be away for a while. So is there anything that you can think of in your life right now that's a goal for you, that's exciting or big, that has nothing to do with your ex?
I think I will work hard for my goal.
Work hard and what?
For my career, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what that was. Say that again?
I will work hard for my career.
Work hard
Career, sir.
for a career. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This is the thing. You are going to get through this. You know that, right? How old are you? How old are you?
21, sir. 21.
21, right?
Yes.
Okay, 21, man. Listen, you are going to get through this. You can get through this. You will get through this. You know why? Because other people have. It's humanly possible. It's humanly done. But it doesn't happen in a day, right? Now, let me ask you some questions because this might not seem like it's going to help, but it will help. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you exercise?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do for exercise?
For my health, sir.
Again?
For my health.
Pull your hair out? Is that what you said?
Really?
No. Am I wrong? I want you to do regular exercise every day because double down on your exercise, go for walks, get out of the house as much as possible if it's possible where you live. That's the number one thing to do to get out of your room. Are you spending a lot of times in your room or your house?
Yes.
Okay, that's
yes, most of
okay.
I
That's
work out.
this is where I can help you. Spend as much time out of your room or out of your house as possible, walking, listening to music, listening to my show. But and this is what helps you. Okay, I know it sounds simple because people, oh wow, exercise or walking, that's going to really help me. It's not going to cure you. You're not going to feel like $1 million, but you'll feel a little bit better. And what happens is you get active. When you go outside and you walk, you're forced to think about other things, like a car hitting you, like if it's raining. And so your mind starts to go in other directions. Exercise doesn't necessarily make you happier forever, but in a moment it does. So you need to double down on those things. Take up an exercise routine of some sort, okay? That's the number one thing. The minute you're in your room and you start having the mouse wheel in your head go over and over and over again, where you're saying this term, I'm dying right now, switch that shit up right now, because you're controlling that radio station. The thing is, all you need to do is, as soon as you hear that voice like, oh, she'll never come back, oh my God, what did I do? She's not attracting me. Go, shut the fuck up. Stop. I'm a good guy. I'm a good student. Now, let me ask you another question. What are you good at? What are you good at in your life?
I'm good at writing.
Really?
Writing stories.
Okay. Fictional stories, nonfiction, research, what specifically?
Fiction.
Fiction. All right, so what I want you to do is consider writing, get it in your free time, this would be a great time. I want you to write your full story about your breakup and send it in to me, because you haven't done that yet. I'll allow you to do it since you've done this and you're a student in India right now. You can send it to my email direct. I won't charge you for it. Write everything out, okay? And I'll read it on a YouTube post. But that's the first thing I want you to do. Don't leave anything out, okay? What I want you to add too is, if you're willing to do it, write a story about your life in the future where everything goes right, minus your ex coming back. Because there is a possibility that things could go really well for you even though you're single right now. Is that true?
Yes.
It is true. This woman does not define you. She's not going to make you good, bad, happy, sad for the rest of your life. The reality is, you're going to get stronger from this. You're actually going to get better from this. And you're going to learn about attraction. You're going to learn about women. And I'll add something else. Wouldn't it be really nice to actually meet someone that's your girlfriend in the future that's not long distance? Wouldn't that be better? Yes, sir.
Yes, that will be better.
It would be. And as a human being, are you capable of that? Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'll do, like I said, write out your story. That's something you like to do. So, and you're good at it. Is that something you want to do in the future, is write books or anything?
Yes, I want to write book.
All right. We'll start writing a story about your situation, and then write and continue to write about it in your free time, if that's what you like and that's what you're good at. And I'd appreciate if you'd share that story with me, and then we'll go from there. But right now, all you need to do is get some extra exercise. Every time that wheel goes on in your head that's telling you that you're not attractive enough, or I can't believe this woman left me, you go, wait a minute. I'm a student. I write good stories. Would you consider yourself to be a good person? Are you a kind person?
Yes, I'm a kind person.
Good. And do you still have a pretty good relationship with your parents?
Yes.
Because that's very important in India, correct? A lot of my clients that are from India, it's very important to have good relationships with their parents. That's right, correct?
Yes.
And so you're a good son?
Yes, sir.
So you're much more than just an ex-boyfriend right now. You got other things in your life that you have to show up for, not just this woman. Does that make sense? This woman is not the only thing that makes your life go, Talik. And so what I want you to do is write out 5 goals, email them to me of some things you want to go right in the next 5 years. Write out your full story. I'll go through that, and then we'll follow up. And I want to let you know that there's a lot of people. One thing that really helped me when I went through a bad breakup is, I've talked about this before, my grandmother never talked to me. I never went to her, but my grandma was married 4 times. She had 3 divorces, and she had one divorce that was extremely bad after 20 years of marriage that was very bad and tough on her, where my grandfather was cheating on her. And then she had 3 husbands. I'm not lying. All of them died on her. Now, why am I telling you this? Because it's very human to lose people in your life. Now, it's not going to make you feel better now, but you can get the idea that you're going to get through this. And every time you get down, this is what you need to say to yourself. I'm going to get through this. I'm not going to let this be the end of me. I'm not dying from this. I'm not done from this. You need to say that to yourself every time you get negative. It's very important. Could you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
So is there any chance of getting back together?
If you're long distance and she said she's not attracted to you, there's probably not a chance anytime soon. The reason being is she's moving away and she's currently not attracted to you. There's nothing you could do in one day or 1 week to change that. But if she does miss you and she does want to come back to you, it's got to be her choice, not you talking her into it. Does that make sense? You're not going to, there's nothing you can call her or write her a note or send her flowers. It doesn't sound like that's going to work. That's movie stuff. That's Hollywood. This is real life. She's moved away, and if she's going to come back to you, she wants to come back to a strong, confident individual that can accept a breakup, that cannot be pitiful. And so right now, you dealing with it, even though you're hurting right now, that's normal. It's normal to hurt. But you don't want to go to her looking for pity and begging her back right now. So if you can stay away from doing that, and if she makes the decision, which is a 50-50 chance, which is, there's no telling, there's no certainty. But if there was a chance, it's got to be her choice. In the meantime, go to school, be a good student. Call up your mom and go have dinner with her if you can. Do other things in your life. Exercise every day, double what you do now. Stay out of your room for long periods of time. Change your habit routine. Do all these things, and these are called solution-based things. When you feel like you're being a victim or you're being weak, go for a run. And tell yourself, I'm going to get better from this. I'm going to get stronger from this. And then read a few of the books. Like I said, Rational Male, Models by Mark Manson. You could probably get notes on this. Start looking up attraction on females. Start researching it. So then, if you're in this situation again, you have a little bit of background on it, a little education on it. But right now, it's not what you want to hear, but there's no secret sauce. There's no secret remedy where you're going to get her back. But if she makes a choice, because you were together 4 years, and if you were a good boyfriend, there is a chance she could call you back and revisit things. Okay? But in the meantime, she needs to feel like you're not chasing her, you're not weak, you're not pitiful. She needs to feel like, to be honest, she needs to feel like you're done and you're gone and that you're no longer an option because you have other options. And you don't have to show her that. You just got to move forward. And even though you're hurting right now, you don't need to show her that. You need to move forward. And is there a possibility? Yeah, there's a possibility. But you got to, right now in the meantime, you got to do the best you can to take care of yourself and learn some things. You're 21 years old. Give yourself a fucking break. We all, I don't know if everyone here is as old as I am, but I'm 39. When I was 21 and I had my first breakup, it was a little different for me, but I had a bad breakup when I was 28 that I always talk about. I thought it was the end of the world. I was like, oh my God. Like, holy shit. I've never felt this way. I've never had anxiety. I've never felt depressed. So I was just like, and then it was 28. So it just happened to me later. But, 11 years later, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. You're going to have some tough parts right here, but you're going to get stronger from it. You ever watch, you like movies? Do you like movies?
No, I hate movies.
You hate movies?
I love. No. I hate movies, sir.
Okay, what's your favorite story? Because you like books, right?
Yes, I love. Yeah. I love books.
Okay, what's your favorite book? What's your favorite story or book?
Chetan Bhagat from India. Chetan Bhagat. He is a writer.
Okay, in that story,
What not to do at IIT. Book's name is What Not to Do at IIT. My favorite.
okay. The thing about most stories, right? Do you know how about this? How about this one? That's a simple one. Have you ever watched The Lion King?
Lion King. No.
Really?
I didn't watch.
Wow. Pretty much most stories have a bad part and a good part, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's just how it is, right? It's just how it is. And this is what you have to realize about life, dude.
Yes. Sir, should I read the book of self-esteem?
Should you read a book of
6 pillars of
what is it?
self-esteem.
About
Book of self-esteem.
about self-esteem?
Yes.
You can read books on that. You can go into books right now, like The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck would be a good book for you. That's not about relationships. That's something that's just a good, maybe self-improvement book. This might be a good time. I can give you a list of books like that. But give yourself a break right now that you're going to be okay. And I want you to, if I can tell you one thing to stop doing, don't use narratives like I'm dying right now. Don't say that shit. The minute that comes, you can't control your thoughts, but you can control your actions and what you say to yourself. So the minute that comes up, go, I'm not dying. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to get through this. You got to reverse that every time it comes up and smash it. Because like I said, everyone on here has been through bad breakups. And you're going to get through it. You're going to be okay. Right now is the tough time. But reading a book on self-esteem, reading a book on that, maybe this is the time you do that. It could be a good thing for you. But I promise you that if you work on what you want to work on for yourself, you're going to be okay, and it's going to get better. What's going to be helpful is that she's not around. She's already long distance, so you don't have to see her every day, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually helpful. There's some people that work with their partners, or they go to school with their exes and they have to see them all the time. That's actually a positive for you. So in the meantime, what I'd like you to do is write your full story, send it in to me. I'll follow up with that for you. I'll do a review of that.
Sir,
Excuse me?
so will I write it in Skype?
Again, please.
Should I write my story in that Skype?
No. I'm going to have you write it, and I want you to take a little bit of time with it because you're a writer, correct? So I want you to actually write it out and send it to me in an email. I gave you my email. I usually charge for this, but I'm not going to charge you, okay, since you've come on the Skype. So write your story out. That's your homework. I'll follow up and do a review in a YouTube video, okay? And then in the meantime, what I want you to do is I want you to write out 5 goals that you have for the next 5 years that are just your goals, anything you want, that have nothing to do with your ex, okay? And then on the other side of that, I want you to double down on exercise. If it's walking, it's yoga, it's weightlifting, whatever. You don't need to go to a gym. Make sure you're exercising. And every time you're sitting on your couch or you're in your room and you're getting anxiety or you're getting worried, go and get out of the house and go for a long walk. Those are things I want you to do. And I will follow up with you. But right now, let go of the fact that you're going to get her back anytime soon, because it's not about that right now. It's about you getting yourself back. It's about you getting yourself in a situation where you feel good about yourself again, right? Because from what it sounds like, you're not a bad person. You don't do bad things. You weren't even a bad boyfriend, right? And that's why you're having trouble with this. This happens to a lot of other people, and you will get through it. Self-talk is very important. So I will follow up with you. Please send that email later on today, and we'll go from there. Does that sound okay to you?
Okay.
All right. You have any other last questions?
No question, sir. Thank you so much.
Mm. Hey, give
Thank
yourself
you.
a break, dude. Okay? You're going to get through this.
Okay.
It's okay to have a deep breath. But one of the things, like I said, really, we've all been there. Okay? Look at all the people on here that encouraged us to talk to you today. Okay? Everyone here
Okay.
feels you and has been through a similar situation. And guess what? I've gotten through it. Other people have gotten through it, and you'll get through it. All right, bro? So send me that email, and I'll
Yes.
follow up in the next couple of days. Take it easy, okay? All
Okay.
right. Bye-bye. All right. Who's next? Now, that's a little different because I don't have his full story in front of me, so I can't really unpack everything. All right, let's see what do we have left here. There's a lot of pain. I mean, this is a new long life. I got a little bit of extra juice today, yeah. I like using this phone feature, though. He seems to be emotionally traumatized. That's what a breakup can be traumatizing. It does sound like it's tough for him. It is. The coach is in the zone. Thanks, David. Praying for brother talk. That's nice of you, Oscar. Thanks. I love this direct advice. Cheer up. You'll be fine. You're super young. You seem like an amazing person. You'll meet somebody who will appreciate you. That's very kind of you, Luna. Bharat, and being young is like having the time to try everything, even if it hurts, and you learn in the process. Great point, Bharat. Virtual high five. Cheers, David. There's always time, even if you're older. I think it's hard to. I think when you're young, you hear that and you're like, yeah, but yeah. You know, when I was 21 and someone says, "Oh, you're young," it doesn't really resonate till that's true when we make our efforts. Stay strong, brother. Drinking my first coffee. Wow, it's not at the end of the world. Life's short. Brat, do you have Skype? All right, Brat, go to Coach Mac McCarthy on Skype. I'll unpack another one. Why not? Talik, no problem, buddy. Just realize, like I said, there's other people. I've been through it, and you're going to get through it, man. I promise. I'm glad we finally got through it. It took us 25 minutes, right? Send your story in. You said you're a writer. You like to write. I'm interested in seeing it, and I'll share it. And it benefits me, too. It's good content for the channel, so you're helping me out, too. Okay, bud? And I've actually helped a few different students that are from India, actually, in the past. And one of them's doing really, really well now. And he had a really bad breakup. I wish I could Kumar. He's in Germany now. I wish I could link you guys up, actually. All right. I think I got... Is it BM? Let's see if it goes on. You there, bud?
Hi, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit loud. Yeah. Hold on a
Oh,
second.
is it?
Let me turn it down a little.
Hey, Mike. First of all, I would like to, I would like to say congratulations to everyone because who is going through a breakup, and it's really, really helpful that what you're doing is great service.
Thank you.
And Mac, I'm from Bangalore, India.
Okay.
And I've come across your channel, and I'm also going through kind of a breakup, and I'm not sure exactly in the situation where do I have to break up completely or not.
Okay.
There are to and fro breakups which has happened. So I'm 38. I'm a designer,
Mm-hmm.
and I try and be the best guy, for my family and for
Mm-hmm.
myself and for others as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there is a little bit of culture difference in India, wherein you get arranged marriage, and and being at 38, it's more like you've been through life, and there been always one way love from my side. But luckily, I've been to and fro. I've come out of it, assessing myself and what's best for me
Mm-hmm.
and what I'm good at, right? So what happens is you get these online matrimony sites. I'm not sure if you're aware of that in India at least. So wherein you try, it's like an online dating service, but more of a organized way of getting married or finding your own match.
Wow. Wow. I know it's different in India, and I've dealt with people that, yeah, when I say I know that, I don't know to the extent you do. And
Yeah.
being from the Bay Area, there's a very big Indian population in the Bay Area. So I've had friends that I grew up with, and I know that I know a bit about the culture. But I wasn't aware that there was literally, rather than the dating sites, like you're literally meeting someone online to say like we could we might get married. Is that what you're saying? That we're
Yes, that is right, Mac.
without dating?
Yes.
Wow.
So here's the situation. What happens is, you look through the profiles as, how you look through an online dating service like, say, Tinder or any other thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they put in all the details saying, okay, what's your horoscope, what's your likes, what's your salary, you basically put the entire history there, the basic history.
Mm-hmm.
And it so happens that sometimes you never know, and these people are complete strangers. You put your photographs and everything, right? So you tend to like someone, you send them interest,
Mm-hmm.
they come back. Then what happens next is generally either you talk with their parents, saying, giving, hey, this is my status right now, and my family status, with respect to, okay, I own this much of properties, and also having uh, what your preferences are as well. So it's more organized, but it's chaotic in some sense, because when you're trying to be out there finding true love, but then there are a lot more complexities added on top of that, if you understand what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just certainly a different situation than just dating, right? I mean, you're looking for a wife. So, well,
That's
let's.
right.
Thanks for the background. I appreciate it. You're a good communicator, I can see. Just curious, what do you design?
I'm into animation and graphic design, basically
Okay, cool, man.
3D animation.
Mostly animation, like cartoons and stuff, or am I being ignorant and just saying
Yeah,
cartoons?
cartoons are yeah. So definitely, cartoons and animations are totally different things. Like, yeah,
Okay.
it falls into the same genre,
Uh-huh.
but yeah, it's animation basically. So
Okay.
it's more of creative work, and you are generally free-willed, and so that your creative juices kind of run through that, and rather than having structure to it,
Okay.
uh, in kind of having that mindset,
Okay.
right? So I'm that kind of a guy who feels like free will. I love my freedom. I
Mm.
do a lot of adventure activities and everything, and but then also sometimes when it comes to family, right? So it's more like uh, a responsibility in which you have to do it, kind of a thing.
That's cultural.
Yeah, that's more cultural.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very cultural. Have you seen the documentary Meeting the Patels?
No,
That's a really, I mean, that might be different because it's a gentleman that's of Indian descent that's from America, but
that's right.
he goes through the whole thing where
Hmm.
his parents are very controlling about who he's marrying, and he's interested in a Caucasian woman, and it's his girlfriend, and they're non-accepting. But it's a really well done documentary that you probably would be interested into. But I can tell you're a very good talker, but let's get into your story. So what's going on?
Sure, Mike. Thanks for asking that. So basically, I met this girl
Mm-hmm.
online, and we shared numbers, and then we started talking. So first off, is having setting clarity in terms of what the expectations are. So in terms of as because I'm obviously trying to seek a wife or a partner or a
Mm-hmm.
companion. So we exchanged numbers. We started off really well, and so it's been almost 1.5 months right now. And we reached a stage where we were keeping it casual, but still kind of open to discussions freely, and not opposing or not putting down each other or something like that. So, but then we reached a point where we had to make a decision
Mm-hmm.
whether we still have to go. And along the way, I felt that this girl was kind of honey trapping me, because on the fourth or the fifth day we had long overnight calls, almost ranging from 5 hours to 6 hours.
What does honey trapping mean?
So honey trapping, yeah, it's in the sense that uh, it, for the purposes of getting married, what happens is people come with a lot of issues or insecurities and other things. So this girl, she is a single, she doesn't have any siblings, she's the only child for her parents, and she's 36,
Mm-hmm.
and she has responsibilities of taking care of their parents,
Mm-hmm.
and I have responsibilities of taking care of my parents as well.
Mm-hmm.
But then we are trying to find that love in a very short time, and by definition of love, right? So I feel that love is not something which is you get that in say 45 days. So it's a process, but the whole thing is you need to understand each other first,
Mm-hmm.
and then and try and explore more as we go forward. So during the in the process, it's more like uh, we were having open discussions, but then I started giving a lot of assurances, uh, in the sense that, hey, that's fine. Like if she would say, I like to work after marriage, so I was fine with it. I would like to, and we also clarified what the expectations are, because I'm not earning that much because of my job, and it's always what do you say, like dilly dally kind of a thing. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. So your earning uh, is not consistent. But I love that, because that is the whole that is where my passion lies, and you tend to follow exactly what your passion is, and you accept that that my life is still a roller coaster ride in terms of career, but when it comes to life, I'm still no yeah, I'm a good guy. So we came to a point where uh, now she confronted me. Yeah, so let me rephrase a few steps back. So where we reached a point where we had to speak and take the next steps. So until the 30th day, it was still all fine and good. And later on, when I confronted, like when I presented this to my mother, uh, it was like she said, no, this is not the right match for us, because they don't she has a lot of burden and responsibilities, and like you as well do, and you're trying to take those burdens as well in the future. So that is where the point comes where I had a cold feet.
Okay, can I interject?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Um, have you actually gone out on a date?
uh, Not much. So we don't date as much as in other countries here. So
Have you
it's no, I
prior
have not been.
prior to this relationship? Have you had a relationship?
Nothing serious,
Okay. All right.
in
So
sense it didn't go past the serious thing.
so you've dated though.
Yes, kind
You
of.
did date another woman. Have you had another woman in the past that was considered your girlfriend, or is that just not okay in your family?
No, no.
Okay. So there's a lot going on here. You're 38 years old and now you're considering someone. So there's a lot of dissecting and trying to get certainty. And what I'd say, regardless in respect to your culture and checking in with your mom about her opinion, and that's okay. That's up to you. That's how you guys do things that you've said before.
Yeah.
It's still not going to be certain. So I mean, you still, even if you were going the Western route of dating and getting to know each other, I certainly think that it's any relationship, any kind of thing going into it, you can do background checks, you can do everything, and there still can be some twists and turns that you get tricked. I would say though that if you're going to consider marriage, and I don't know what the boundaries are within your culture or within your family, right? But what you do have to go out on some dates, right? I mean, you do have to go out and meet each other in person. It seems like the 1.5 months of talking and getting to know each other, you still do need to go out a few times, right? Like in person and feel each other's energy, kind of a thing, or is that not allowed?
It is allowed. So that is where we kind of, me and the girl kind of had this. I wanted to meet her, so we are basically she's from a different state, so it is kind of a long distance. So
Mm-hmm.
if it was in the same state as in same place as where I am, I would have actually met and we would have had that opportunity. But I did make an effort. I flew into the other state and then kind of met her parents, met her as well. We had some good time,
Okay.
and that time was good for the day.
So what's your major hang up right now? What's your problem? What are you, if you had to narrow it down, what are you really conflicted by?
So I'm conflicted right now by her attitude of things because until the 30th day, she was all fine because I really didn't get to see her other side of the emotions or, other side of herself. And I'm more of a soft guy, soft natured guy, and
Mm-hmm.
I try to adjust things for others.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and it so happens that, when there came a point when on the 31st day, I tried thinking of all these things and I thought, okay, it was not a suitable match due to, oneself, you have, when you're committing to something, right? So you need to be very certain of that, you're trying to get a different soul into your family. So, and it's a responsibility, and it's not something. It's not flirtatious, or it's not a one night thing, or a small duration as such.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a commitment, a huge commitment for life. And I'm not a guy, who would go back, or we don't have the culture of divorce is still a taboo kind of a thing, and
Mm.
you just work it out
Mm.
however words it is. So my efforts right now is try and understand where she's coming from and where I want her to understand where I'm coming from all of these discussions or talks. But we certainly do share a lot of good moments. But when it comes to uh, taking decisions, so I'm a little worried of confronting her with saying, "Hey, this is are things which work with my family and these are the things and I try and say it softly or nicely, but it feels that she feels that I don't have the confidence within myself
Do you feel that
to
way?
like I do sometimes because I'm trying to balance things out here.
Mm. Well, I would say that at 38 years old, you have a lot of good things going for you, but you lack experience in relationships. And that's not me putting you down. That's just reality. So your interactions with
Yeah.
women, you're a bit inexperienced. So you probably, when you're around her, it's not, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how long you've been a designer, but when I asked you that question, you could just go into detail about what you do and you probably have some confidence in that area. You probably have some
Yeah.
confidence when you talk to your mom about things. So I don't think this just means that you're an unconfident person. It just means that, you know, from when I asked if you dated before or done this, you just lack experience. And this is one of those things where, like I said, it sounds like you're trying to get this right. And
Yeah.
I'll be honest, in my opinion, and this isn't, and don't take this personal, I think the structure of things are a bit flawed for the modern times, because the odds of you getting it right with someone perfectly, that you don't get a date first, you're always going to be, you know, taking a chance. That being said, it sounds like one of the positives for some people in your culture would be the fact that you're going to work things out, and neither side's going to be quick to give up on the other side. So I would say that what you're doing is you're basically committing to someone, saying, yeah, I know that this might be rocky and this might not be right, but we're going to have to figure it out along the way. The idea that you're being a little bit soft and not as decisive as you could be, I would say that, you know, the book No More Mr. Nice Guy, which I recommend to a lot of people, would be a good start. You certainly want to listen to what she's saying, because a lot of times people just go, oh yeah, I can't believe she said that to me, or I can't believe she's giving you feedback. Now, if that's something you don't agree with, so that's where it's different, is that when someone says something to you, right, and we can talk about, let's switch tides to you being a designer, and they say, oh, your animations are shit, and you kind of like what? And you've been doing this work for, you know, years, and the person that gives their opinion, you just met them, you probably won't just go, okay. You probably go, you know what, you know, or say something back to them, but you wouldn't lose your confidence in your ability to animate, because you know what you do. Does that make sense?
That's right.
So
That's right.
I'm saying that the reason why you're questioning things with her right now is because you just don't have the experience, and you're kind of going, is it true? Am I being a little bit weak? Like, are I like that? And that's not you. That's not you being weak. Like I said, I think this is more of a lack of experience with women overall, and you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. I couldn't imagine being in this situation where you know, you're skipping the dating part and you're going straight into marriage. I respect your culture. Like I said, I'm not judging. I live in Thailand. I live in a different culture than I grew up in California. So I have respect for cultures in a different way than I ever did, you know, just growing up in the same place. But that's a hurdle you're gonna have to deal with. And I think what you could do with that is take a little bit more time. And like I said,
But here's the thing, Mac. So
Right.
what happens is, you know, I have told her many times that, you know, maybe she processes things very fast, and
Okay.
because she's planned and she knows exactly what she needs, and she tells that, you know, that she likes me for what I am, and there were other proposals or other things, you know, where people have money, uh, but then she also is trying to find a stable partner, you know, and I'm stable enough, you know, because I have a property, and you know, have sufficient things which have been prepared for years and years to, you know, to get to this stage where I provide for a, you know, for the partner as well. So I've been planning all these, but it so happens that she tries to take the way of, or the direction of love, and tries to corner me in, you know, things which I don't want to do it. Say on the fifth day or the sixth day when she says I love you, and I impulsively reacted by saying I love you as well, but I felt that was wrong from my side. So it's more like
Okay,
she
let's
is not.
unpack that. Let's rewind. Why did you
Yeah.
feel it was wrong to say I love you in that moment?
I felt that it was not genuine,
From your
because
end or from her end?
from her end, yeah.
So and how did you come to that judgment? By her body language, or just because of the fact
No,
that you don't believe that someone could love someone that quick?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, because so it's because you're coming from a online matrimony thing, because already there are a lot of expectations
Mm,
in what you're getting into, right? So, and someone says, because sometimes relationships are more that like you also talked about, like a financial support, or emotional support, or there are different kind of supports which each one kind of provide. And so there's a balance to it, right? So initially when she said, I could not believe that, uh, but then she said, okay, I'm trying to give all in, uh, but yeah, so, and which I could not certainly believe, and I just
okay,
reacted
okay,
saying,
okay.
I
Let me
love you as
interject
well.
because what I'm seeing here is that you immediately don't trust her. So
Yeah,
trust is something you get over time. And I always say the pillars, which some people can disagree, is attraction, which leads to
yeah,
intimacy. And then there's the second pillar would be connection and chemistry, which is how you conversate, your values that you share. And then there's trust. Trust usually comes last because it takes time. What I'm seeing with you is you're saying that you're not saying it in a bragging way, but you're saying I got a lot going for me. I got property. I'm someone that I've prepared for this. I feel like I can get a quality wife, and what it seems like you're worried about is that she's jumping to I love you and these kinds of things just because she wants to secure the marriage. Is that what you're worried about?
that is what the sense which I get
Mm-hmm.
from talking since 45 days. And so there again came a point wherein I spoke to my mother, and that is how the culture works, wherein the
Mm.
parents kind of do the talking
Okay.
uh, when they're trying to fix things. So we kind of approached their parents saying that, okay, because she had to move, and from a different state to other state, and she said she had all the parents and everything, she had to move that, and she's trying to sacrifice all those. But then my point was, it should be her choice, rather than saying sacrifices and all in the beginning of a relationship, right? So I felt that if you're doing something for someone, it has to be a choice, rather than explicitly saying it as a sacrifice. Then you start doubting.
I would agree with you. I would say in your brief interactions, this is a good thing to gauge. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest, how genuine do you think she is?
I feel it is around 7 to 8.
That's pretty high. I mean, that's pretty high. I would say that she's just. You always got to keep in mind we all do this. We all judge the world from our own eyes, past experiences, and our own judgments. And she obviously has different ones. And but if you feel after you have interactions with her where you have this gut feeling of uneasiness or a lot, I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, let's go through this. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your attraction to her?
Uh, so Mac, being honest, sometimes I've been 38 and I've seen a little bit of life. So I feel attraction, uh, you know, I never gave attraction those many points. So 1 to 10, I would say around 4 to 5.
Okay,
And it's more of an accommodation right now.
okay. Well, it still counts. You're human. You can say all those things, but human beings still have eyes that create feelings and thoughts, and so
Yeah.
attraction does count. So it counts long term. Some people have a less value on it. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. But if the more attracted you are to someone, the more the connection's high. It counts. So what I'm saying is, what you don't want to put yourself in a situation is, let me sacrifice being with someone that's a 4 or 5 when maybe a 6 or 7 would be much nicer long term, and you'd give the benefit of the doubt. Because what I'm saying is, even though you say that, when you're like, oh, well, attraction is not as important to me, I'm 38 and whatnot, this, that, and the other, I got you. I'm okay. I'm not saying you're completely wrong there. That's a pretty low scale. What would you say your connection and chemistry, your conversations on a scale of 1 to 10 are?
I would say 6 to 7,
Okay.
because keeping it casual, and when we are talking on general things, it really works well. It's only when it comes to a point where I have to decide something, right? So, being serious,
What?
that's where I get a definite cold feet, and I broke up with her, saying that, okay, I'm not suitable for you because your lifestyle is different, my lifestyle is different, and I may not be able to, support you in, your support your parents financially or anything else. Uh, but ultimately, she has put an ultimatum each time without giving me sufficient time to process my own things, saying,
Oh,
uh,
okay.
you got to, say basically she's expecting love out of this relationship. And for me, love is something takes years to come by, and it doesn't come in 45 days.
I agree. Is there? So you're using these number of days, right? Which is new to me. Is there some kind of like you're gonna have to like ask her to marry you within 90 days? Is there some kind of number here that you're getting at that when you're counting these days?
Uh, no, generally what happens is, in our cultures, the way we handle things as arranged marriage is, as soon as you talk to a person, you kind of, immediately see, you could you work with them, kind of a thing, that, and in essence of it, and then you say, hey, yeah, I can work with them, kind of a thing, and then then you just jump in and see where it leads.
Okay, so is there an expectation if you went another 30 days of getting to know her that are you feeling pushed by her to ask to get married? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, kind
Okay.
of.
Okay, if I were you, and I think it's admirable that you don't find attraction as a big deal, but to say that it's between 4 and 5, and that you have some of these issues that you're feeling a little bit misled by the fact that she said I love you so quick, I would say there's no problem if you've waited this long, and you have a really
Yeah.
good way of being mindful of who you are, it sounds like. And I totally understand the statement when you said people process fast. I actually process fast. So I'm on the opposite end. So I actually respond very quick. I've gotten a lot better at being a good listener from being a teacher and doing what I do now. But I process things very fast. But I do deal with people that process slower, and it's different. It's totally different. It's interesting that you picked up on that, because that's a difference. And if you're already, let me tell you this, these initial things where you feel a little pressure, where you feel a little pushed, that's not going to go away. That's going to continue on. So the expectations that a relationship starts with, and the behaviors that it starts with, those will only get grown on, if that makes sense. In other words, she's probably not going to change how she interacts with you. And if you feel these kind of uneasy things about being pushed around, maybe, and this isn't a waste of your time, maybe you should take a step back and go, all right, let me get back on the dating app or the wedding apps and those things, because from what I understand, it's not that you have a lack of confidence, I don't think. I think that you're being put in situations with someone that maybe you're trying because she has some things you like, and you've already introduced it to your mom, that you're kind of like, okay, I don't want to go through this process all over again. We've come this far. But the fact that you're questioning it, and it's as extreme as marriage, I would say if this continues on for another 20 or 30 days, I would abort. And I would say that, if don't get into something like this if you have reservations. I don't think these are nerves. And like you said, you're 38. You understand who you are, what you want, what you like, how you feel. And if you've waited this long and you have these kind of feelings, and like I said, the attraction's not just based on looks. It's a feeling.
Exactly.
It's an energy thing. And so I think you being a nice person didn't want to have to say that, but that's an issue. I think you should be at 6 or 7 on that. And by the way, we've talked about this on my show before, like what you find attractive, what Aleph finds attractive, I could be like, oh my God, that's who you find. I'm not looking for how she looks. I'm just saying what's attractive to you, because I've been with women before at first where I'm like, yeah, she's okay, she's cute, and then she became more attractive by her personality or the way she carries herself. And so I would say that, don't feel committed to carrying this on because you've already taken it to your mom and you've already taken it 45 days and you've gone this far. I would say that if your gut's kind of playing with you here and you kind of are suspect about the I love you thing, and I'll be honest, personally, I'm not someone to throw around I love you early on at all. And is that a deal breaker? Not necessarily, but I mean, if you feel like it's trying to push marriage and something, this is a different sweepstakes here. it's different game. So like I said, you've waited this long. Give yourself the option to bail out on it gracefully and honestly, rather than continue on and go, because it sounds like you kind of like who you are and where you're at. And so she's kind of questioning, like, well, you're not doing this good enough. If that's already happening, that's gonna continue on if you get married.
But then, what happens is, what happened also at a certain point is wherein, wherein I gave commitments, right? So, and then I backed out because I was not able to convince my parents, and then she questioned my as a man, saying, yeah, you gave me the commitments of convincing and you were sure and everything, right? So, and she broke out, hell came down. And that is when I saw her, the other side of things, when I was still saying, yeah, this is what I'm feeling. But then when you take up a point that, because of your insecurities, you just drop down everything on me, because even I'm going through hell, by other things, my own stuff. And she questions, saying, why did you do this? Why did you commit? Why did you, give me affirmations? Why did you do that? So, but the whole process was, I was from my way of coming was, from where I was coming from was, trying to understand, giving, letting loose everything and trying to see where each other stand, or in terms of the understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Am I making sense?
Absolutely. I'm what I'm hearing is that you were looking for her to be a little bit more compassionate, a little bit more understanding rather than pushy. And I'm saying that
because I don't want to give any false promises to anyone.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that that's a communication thing that if you did get married, she would continue acting that way probably in the future with other things. And to me, if like I wouldn't even be like, oh, thinking about marriage, but this is your particular situation, that would be a red flag. And then I would say, okay, if I'm not even getting some kind of compassion on this situation or understanding that I'm doing the best I can, instead I'm being questioned about my manhood and being uncomfortable with it. Well, I mean, like I said, then she'll use that button again on you if it works, because human beings like to put each other in. She's putting you in her frame by doing that. So every time she does that, then you have to answer to her like, well, what do you mean, my man? And then she's hoping that you step up and do what she wants. And then I'm saying that
exactly.
And I'm saying that when she does that, if you abide to that, then that's going to be the playbook. She's going to use that every time she wants to get your attention and push you around, and you already don't like it, and it's already triggered you a little bit. And I'm just saying that not all women are like that. Not all women in India are like that. It's a big country, right? So don't settle for that or overlook it. And the fact that you're calling in and it's conflicting you, I would definitely don't feel like you have to walk this through because you came this far. There's nothing lost here. This was a discovery mission. It's not necessarily a guarantee. And just because she says I love you and these other things have happened, it sounds to me, I think you would need, just like you'd need more evidence to close a case, you'd need more evidence of why you'd get married to this individual. And it seems like you're grasping for stuff right now that's circumstantial and you don't have anything concrete. Because I would think that I've never been married before. I've had good long-term relationships, and I know once we become boyfriend, girlfriend, which I'm not saying it's at the same level of getting married in India, But I don't question it. There shouldn't be questions. At least, I mean, there's going to be questions when you're married, or there's going to be problems and whatnot, but it certainly shouldn't happen in the beginning.
Yeah, because these questions, right? What I feel is, these questions which she asked is right. Yes, because I gave into it. I gave assurances and all these things, but uh, she is trying to make me feel how she feels, just because I said, no, this is not going to go further. But then she's trying to, and she also mentions, kind of saying that, no, you're not a nice guy as you say, but you're still mean and brutal and everything, you know.
All right, if she's taking shots at you already, that sounds like someone in like an 8-year marriage that's not happy. I mean, if you're
Yeah,
calling people names and stuff, in the beginning of the relationship, you've heard of the honeymoon phase. I mean, ideally, most relationships in the first year should be very smooth. They should be like a river. I mean, it should be going through around rocks and different things like that. And so if you're already having some turbulence or you're feeling pushed around, let me ask you this: have you had people question your manhood before that are friends, colleagues, or other women? Is that something that's come up before?
I'm sorry. Manhood, in the sense, is just about being a man and taking decisions yourself. Is what I mean. Not in terms of the intimacy or
No, I didn't mean it in terms of
Yeah.
intimacy.
Okay.
I didn't mean it
Okay.
in that way. To be a good way to clarify it too. Good communication. I didn't mean it that way. I meant it the way you just said it. I'm just saying that
Okay.
when you get accused of something that no one else that's ever been close to you has said to you before, you have to question it. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
It's like,
That's right.
if other people tell you for example, if more than one person tells you you're lazy or you're a bad listener, then you should start listening. If one person tells you that in 38 years, then it might just be their opinion, and it might
Yeah.
just be something that they're trying to mess with you or something like that. So when you hear something and it kind of bugs you, you should listen with respect and kind of like go back
Yeah.
and like you said, you're a slow processor. You like to think things over. Has anyone else ever said that to me? Do I feel that's true about myself? Is that a fair assessment of what's going on, or is this person just trying to be manipulative? It sounds like it's
So
more
that is what I
manipulative.
felt. It was manipulative as well, and I also spoke to a couple of friends, and what they say is, definitely, I'm not a guy. I've never heard these kind of accusations or anything. Maybe,
Hmm.
yeah, I might have done some mistakes by giving some affirmations or confirmations to her in where a relationship is leading. But my intention was to, because when two people are trying to know each other, right? So we need to see the possibilities as well.
Hmm.
Uh, but when I dropped the bomb and I said, no, this is not going to work out,
Hmm.
because of her family situations and my family situations. But she comes back with all these questions and everything and saying, okay, it's hurting her. But and she says that, okay, it's very easy for guys to kind of do these things for girls.
I know.
So, but we
My advice to you is to listen to your gut feeling, listen to your reactions, and don't think that you just wasted your time or wasted hers. This is not a selfish moment. This is a commitment where both of you, if you're already having turbulence, it's not a good thing, and it shouldn't be continue to be pursued. And so it's going to be tough, and someone might be, she might be upset or hurt or feel like you misguided her, but you're completely allowed in this situation to bail, to let it go and to move on and move forward, because there's only a short amount of time here to make a big tough decision. And if you're already having problems with it, it should be quite smooth, and it should be something that you feel really good about. Do you have any closing questions?
Yeah. So I did follow the no contact rule for a week. And so she came back saying, no, I like you, all these things. And, then we can work it out or not. And then again, it's kind of, again, I had to break up because I melted for that kind of, because she thinking the good side of things of me, melted and gave in. And then again, again, these fundamental questions still keeps arising. And
What's the
uh,
question?
of, whether I love her or not. That is what she wants to know.
Well,
And
you already
in the
answered that
sense that,
question that you don't.
Yeah. So, but then, it's all about taking care of their family, because what she's trying to come at is, being manipulative is she's trying to get me trapped into the love in terms of, uh, when you're in love with someone, right? So you can do anything, right? So, but that doesn't mean that I can do these things. But, taking care of their family is not, I've not signed up for that.
I think you're answering the question for yourself. Is that I think you need to move on from this one because it's just too many questions for such a big commitment. This should be it shouldn't be a decision that you feel really good and strong about. And this situation has you backpedaling, explaining yourself, and that's not going to work long term. So if you want to continue in the future and talk in a live coaching session, I could do that. But I'm gonna move forward from here and give someone else a
Sure.
shot on the mic.
Thanks,
Is this
Matt.
helpful for you?
Definitely.
Helpful and
Appreciate.
useful?
Definitely.
Okay, bud. All right, I'll talk to you, and I wish you all the best. All right, bud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. 4 hours, 15 minutes. Who's next? Dun, 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 dun. 14 on deck. No, Aleph did leave the room for a moment, so. $9.99. Thank you so much. Wow. Who threw that out? Was that Luna again? Wow, Luna, you are a generous individual. I really appreciate it. For 4 hours of hard work. That's very, very kind of you. Thanks, Luna. You are a first-class individual. Mac still going. I heard my text go off. Anyone else want to talk? Dylan, how you doing? I need a story, though, in a situation. Grease saying he is a foreign. He's hung up on her, and they just met. David Price is still on. Agreed. So there is no situation should be running over an hour. The coach is doing great, but come on. Mac is no longer than he usually is because of the calls. Okay. Oh, a little $4.99. Thanks. Thanks, folks. Brand new Skinner. I appreciate you, bud. Cheers, buddy. Digital Ken. She seems like she's not interested in me anymore. I'm not ignoring you. I don't know where you're calling. Awesome, Skinner. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you, Skinner. $4.99 is in Thailand. I can get lunch. She seems like she's not interested in me more. Digital Ken, do you have a story to tell or share? I'm doing calls right now. Betty, do you have a story though? I know Petty Betty. Do you have a story you want to talk about or share? I want to get into the problem. Digital Cannon wants to talk. Digital Cannon, do you have a story you want to talk about? Steelana Paul has a story. I'm gonna use Skype and no video on Skype. So if you have Skype, that would be best. I don't use your phone number. Yeah, Skype's best for me right now because it seems to be, as you can see, the connection's very good right now. What I am going to do, so Digital Candle, Stelena, Petty Betty, I'll be back. Just let me know if you have Skype because that's what I would be using. Don't call until I confirm it, please, because I have to get some water and use the restroom. And maybe get a snack. You just texted me. Are you sure you texted me? I don't think you have my number. Yeah, I don't have a text from you. I'll be back. 17 on deck, ready to go. Okay. All right, folks. I just ordered my lunch. Pad Thai. All right. Wow. I've been seeing this girl for 5 months, and she started off at the beginning saying that she doesn't smoke weed. Then she picked it back up when I told her I don't like weed in relationships. That's part 1. Oh my God, the same in my story, Digital Cannon. All right, Digital Cannon, do you have Skype? Do you want to do this? Seems like more trouble than it's worth. She's hot, and that's why I hate being a guy sometimes. Mac, do you own your place? What, my house? And that's why I hate being a guy sometimes. Digital Ken, do you want to talk about this in a live show? How old are you, by the way? I just need to clarify. Aleph off. He's going to get lunch. Donations are welcome if anyone wants to throw another one in. If you feel like 4 hours and 20 minutes, I've been doing work. Digital Cannon 26. All right, let's do it, man. Do you have Skype? Yes or no? Aleph is a name of a person. It's a human name. Okay, well, I'm looking for people that have Skype. Stelena, did you want to talk on Skype? That's just what I have set up right now. I tried Google Hangouts earlier and it didn't work. If you want to download it, that's what someone else did. It's free. Let me see. Ozzy 411, what's up? We're on a marathon today.
Hi, Matt.
Mary's on deck.
Oh, shoot.
Ozzy 411, what's up? We're on a marathon. I can hear myself in the background.
Hello?
How you doing?
Mary's on deck.
Can you? There's an echo.
Hear myself
Hello?
in the background.
What
Yeah.
is going on?
I don't know. I called you.
Oh,
You want me to call you back?
wait. I think I'm putting the iPad. I gotta move the iPad.
You want to call me back when you figure this out?
No, I just moved it.
All right, Mary. What's your story?
I don't have. Well, I mean, which story? do
You
want
said
me to-
you have stories.
I have a lot of stories, but I don't know which story you want me to.
You could turn the camera off if you want. It might come in more clear like that. It's okay. Do you have a story recently you want to go over, or do you have a breakup situation you want to talk about, or a love life situation?
Do you have a story recently you want to go over? Or do you have
I don't know why, but I can hear my voice in the background on delay.
Yeah. Dude, I'm getting echo. Mac, do you want me to call? Like,
You want to try
turn
call
off my-
back? Call back then. Let's try.
Okay, bye.
Little technically difference any time, man. All right. Yeah, I think it is on a little delay. You got to lower the iPad volume. Okay, is that what it is? Digital Cannon, go ahead and download that Skype. I think it's pretty easy. The other individual did, and we talked. My voice echoes right now. I don't think it's still doing. I think it was from the Skype, right? Thanks for affirming that. Stelena, if you have a Skype, we can go into this This weed issue for you guys. I think it's pretty simple though that if there's some things that are like a no for you that you look down upon, like someone smoking herb, then if it's something they do when you first go out with them, don't expect them to change for you when they've been doing it for a long time. So if it's an issue for you and if you look down on people that do that, then it's probably not good to get into a relationship with them. If it doesn't bother you or you're neutral about it, then it's fine. Otherwise, we got 16 on deck, 18 likes, 4.5 hours, 24 bucks in chat revenue. The donations are appreciated. It bothers me. She said she didn't anymore and then started 5 months in. Well, is it something you can accept or is it a deal breaker? I mean, if something bothers you and it's not going away, Stelena, I would ask you, why does it bother you? Stelena, you want to talk on Skype or what? Let's talk about it. Let's get it in. Can I call for some feedback on the last call? I think the smell of it is very potent. I'm not against it, but the scent is strong. Yeah, I mean, the thing about people that smoke a lot, David, I'm open trying to download Skype. I'm open to doing that if it's oh, here we go. All right, Mary's ready.
Hello.
Okay. So, I haven't talked to you in a long time. Me and Mary have done a few live coaching sessions. More than a few, probably. And so, what's going on in your love life right now?
I don't want to talk about it because it has nothing to do with breakups.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about. Say what?
Okay.
Yeah. How are you doing, Mac?
Outstanding. Very good. Very excited about the new setup and the phone calls thing. I just finally did it today. It's great. Hence me being on for 4.5 hours today. They ask you things that you're meant to do, and this is something I've been wanting to do for a while. We have a real radio show now. And for you to be a part of it is a big deal.
Hi, Sabina. Hi, Rob. Hi, Dylan and Luna. Okay. Hi, everyone.
Good. All right. What's your story you want to share, hon?
Which one do you want me to talk about?
Or what do you want advice about? Do you want advice about something?
About the weed. Okay.
Okay. Okay. What do you want to ask my opinion about?
Oh, I was gonna say something about the guy that was talking about the girl smoking weed again.
Go ahead.
Or no?
Go ahead.
Well, if he already knew that she was, why is it so slow? It's like lagging. I'm gonna turn it off. It's like being. Sorry.
I can hear you just fine, crystal clear. So that comes in good. Yeah, that comes in good.
I'm turning it off because it's confusing me. Well, what I was gonna say is they're not gonna make it because he already feels that way, you know. So
he just wrote though that she said she stopped and then 5 months later she started. So that's a little added part to the story. But I would say that you know, if it's one of those things that you're always going to be nagging someone about or complaining about, it's going to grow. You know what I mean? It's like any of those things where people nag or complain, yeah, it builds up, right? And then people explode, and then someone basically, if you have to keep on nagging or complaining, basically is telling you, I'm not willing to do that thing that you want me to do differently. I remember I had an ex-girlfriend before that was very tidy and neat, which I liked because I can be untidy. And so it works, right? She would do laundry and ironing and things like that. And she grew up in a really strict family about being neat and tidy. And so she would put back like the towels like perfectly on the edges and whatnot. And she'd get really irritated because I could, like if the towels weren't lined up or that, or you know what I mean, I would just put it back and she would be like, I ironed these, I did this. And so it really irritated her. And I still made an effort because it was a good thing to be clean and tidy. But at some point, I was like, look, I'm just not like that. So I won't be completely messy, but I'm not going to make sure the edges of the towels are lined, you know. And those are the kind of things that they can lead to like a breakup, because if someone's so irritated by that all the time, it just gets old. And I think one of the things you had a problem with, Mary, was you had a video game boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get back together?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Nope.
And a big part of your problem was the video games.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't have a problem with video games. Like, no. I just didn't. I had a problem with him not calling, or like forgetting things, you know, planned, and like playing video games all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a common problem. That comes up a lot. And a lot of times people will say that what you just said, it neglects from the relationship. There's other couples I know that play video games together. So, you know, me being 39,
Right.
I'm not really into them, but there's plenty of friends that I have that are into them that are my age and whatnot. And that's one of those things that, like, if it's an issue, it's probably not going away, because video games are actually addicting for a lot of people that love them.
It's a sickness. I was gonna say that. You know, so yeah.
I noticed a lot of adults I see at restaurants just playing Candy Crush, like with their partner, like just hanging out, like not talking to them. It's like,
Right.
so it just seems like that. That's a very common theme. All right, Mary.
No, like,
Tell me a story or a situation that you have that you might want my take on.
you know all my stories.
Okay, so nothing's happened recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like.
All right,
nothing
I'm gonna go to another caller then that actually needs help, because you sound like you're doing really well right now.
I am.
You are good, huh?
I am.
I'm happy for you. Are you back in South Carolina? Or are you in Myrtle Beach?
No, I'm
Georgia.
I'm not in back in South Carolina. I was there, and you know how, like I said, I was going, and then I did, and then I came back.
Okay. Well, that's good. You're in a good place. You're doing well. You're fine. You're dandy. And you don't have any problems to unpack publicly on the live stream. So I'm going to, we'll save this call for.
Rob is calling me. Let me three-way. He wanted to three-way.
Okay. I don't know. Is that possible on Skype?
I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, put it on hold. All right, I will call you, David, because you said you'll get right to the point. Hold on. Oh, you were trying it on Hangouts. Okay. I do want to keep it on to if you need help with a breakup or a story or a relationship thing. That's what I do want to keep it on that topic if we can. There he is. All right, David. Go for it.
Hi, Coach.
Hey, okay, so you said you had one more, you had something else to add and get to the point. What was it?
Yeah, I just heard the last call, and in a way, it reminded me of my call. So, you know, it was reflected back to me. So I figured I'd, you know, weigh in on that. You know, I went through the 10 breakups and over 5 years, and, you know, you discussed it with me. And this guy was with a girl that was 4 or 5, and he was going over it for over an hour, and it should have been cut and dried almost both ways. I think maybe, you know, just check out, like you said, that Rollo Tomasi book, Spinning Plates, anything.
Well, I think his situation, what you got to take into account, and this is from my standpoint of doing this for a while, you know, he's from a different culture. It's a different ball game for them, and so it's hard to look at it from their lens, Indian culture. And he was, that's why I think he was explaining how it's different. But the 4 or 5 thing was on a scale of 1 to 10 on attraction. And I think that sometimes you evade those kinds of questions but it's really telling to just do a scale of 1 to 10 question. And the one that comes out a lot, David, is actually not in his particular case, but the idea that someone's with someone that they find to be hot and good looking and on and on and on, and they do all these bad things to them. And then I ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your attraction? They'll say 10. And then I say on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your connection? They'll usually say like, oh, like a 6 or a 7. And then I'll say on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your trust? And they'll be like 2. So there's your problem. And in this particular case with him, a lot of what he's holding back has to do with a lack of attraction. And so he's trying to validate some things along the way, but attraction's important. It doesn't mean I need to be attracted to her. So Digital Canon, it's Coach Mac McCarthy at Skype. So if that's what you're going to call me on. Did you have any other questions about David Price?
No, you did a great job. You weaved right through there with him and
Thanks.
with the nicks and crannies and covered the bases. Yeah, that sounds like a one-on-one call, but wow, that was pretty intense. And thanks again. Have a good night.
All right,
Yes.
bud. All right, bud. All right. So Stelena says I'm done, so she doesn't need any help at this point. Digital Canon, I'm ready for you. Whoa, we got 10 viewers. Everyone's just jumped off the ship, I guess, huh? All right. I get it. It's been a long one. What's the number, Selena? You will be fine. The number's Coach Mac McCarthy. Oh, here we go. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Digital Canon?
Yeah.
All right. So you're on live, my friend.
Yeah, online. Trying
Okay.
to stay away from the computer so it doesn't get all that reverb or the echo.
Oh, you're crystal clear, dude. No worries. Where you at in the world?
Over in Southern California.
Oh, okay. I lived in San Diego for years, so I've done some SoCal time. Loved SoCal. I loved San
nice.
Diego. Yeah, I lived in PB and Mission Beach, so very nice place. And
Where are you at now?
I'm in Thailand. Been living here
Thailand.
for yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I lived here for 10 years. I grew up in the Bay Area though. So
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Until it got so expensive
That's true.
and full of traffic.
That's true. Yeah. Engulfed in flames.
Yeah, man. I'm happy to be where I'm at now. But a lot of people I talk to are in California in different spots. Usually a lot of people from SoCal, though. A lot of people in Orange County I've talked to over the last few months. So
yeah, they probably got all the relationship issues here.
all right, so you're 26, you said?
Yeah.
All right, man. So you're 26, and what's your current situation? Run it by me.
Well, there's actually two, so it's a double situation.
Okay.
One of them, I met this girl, and this is the weed one. We talked for a while, and we got she basically, we got onto a phone call. We met on Tinder, and then we talked for a while. She said she likes serious relationships, and I'm, I kind of make up my mind as I go. Like, if
You're
it's-
26, dude. That
that's-
should be the way it is. Yeah, sure. You're not
Yeah.
looking to get married.
And,
You're the opposite of the past caller. So
Right. Which, I don't know. I've always been in serious relationships. I've never been able to manage the just dating culture. I don't know. So it's kind of that's kind of what I go into thinking it would be anyway. But anyway, she calls me, or she wants to set up a call. And so we talk, and she tells me she doesn't smoke weed and that she drinks wine only occasionally. And then as time progressed, and you know what, it's a pretty deep issue because I think she was she was going back and forth with whether she wanted to be in a relationship, and then she said she had trust issues at one point, and usually to me I see that's a red flag, but I kind of was that was the part when I said she's hot because I was attracted to her. I was like, well, maybe it's not as
you're
bad as I
overlooking things
think.
because you're so attracted to her.
Right. And like,
Common.
yeah, and it kind of sucks that happens. And then I did develop feelings for her and everything because we went on a date and all that stuff. And like, I know I'm kind of confusing or
Well, how
telling
many
it all.
dates did you go on?
We went on like probably 4 before she's like wanted me basically to say, or she asked if I have feelings for her and stuff like that. And I said I did, which I did. I really did at the time. But she had all those little things where she goes, I trust you. She kind of put me in the friend zone for like a month and then out of the friend zone and then kind of.
Did you guys hook up? You don't have to go into details, but did you have any intimacy in those 4 dates?
Not in the 4 dates. And that's the weird part because usually there is intimacy pretty quickly. Like when I usually date, it's like within the first couple months, you know, and it wasn't until like, I don't know, she was kind of like pushing it off, and it was kind of weird even when we did, because we didn't until like later on. But we did have sex, but it was not good.
Oh, wow.
It was very like she's like, oh, like I don't know, she made it pretty awkward, like, and I feel like she was just, I don't know what it was, but we ended up stopping having sex, and then she just, I don't know how deep you want me to go into it, but
you don't have to go deep into the intimate. I'm more or less just getting a feel like what level the relationship was at, because you know that's a level, right? That's a step. Okay, we've been intimate. Right. Some people I actually talked to are like, oh no, we had never even gone there yet. So that was more the question. So right now you're how long have you guys? Where are you at with it right now? What's your situation currently?
I mean, we were. It's weird, like, I don't know. It's hard because, like, I don't know. And that's going to get me into the I might as well just get into the other relationship thing, because this one's kind of like, it's barely standing there. And to be honest, like, I feel like if anybody really, most people would just say, like, hey, dude, there's too many issues going on right now. Like, I think you said that earlier too. Is like if there's all this stuff going on already, it's like, and it's only been
if you
5 maybe 6
months.
Well,
you said earlier you're 26 and you've been in long-term relationships before.
Yeah.
Did those relationships start out with turbulence, or they start out pretty smooth?
They all started out smooth.
Yeah, and that's usually where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's problems in the beginning, those aren't going to go away. And so a lot of times, like I said, we overlook it when it's a hot woman or it's someone you're highly attracted to. So you're kind of like, all right, let me put that to the side. Let me put that to the side. But the weird thing in your case is a lot of times people put it to the side if the intimacy is good, and you're saying it's not even good. So you might just be getting entangled.
Well, it is good. There's certain things. It's not. It's because we only had sex once, and she stopped halfway. But she does other things. I don't know if you want me to.
No, you don't need to go into details on this show, but I understand what you mean. So you're saying that there's other intimate things that are great.
Right.
But there might be something there that she doesn't want. Yeah, that aren't right. What I would say is that, and then the other problem is her liking weed. Correct? This is the one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have these little nitpick small issues. This sounds like someone that you could have fun with and that you guys connect and whatnot, but you're not at the level that you want to have a long-term relationship with her. So if
but then she plays the game where she's like, well, I don't want to have fun with someone who I'm not in a long-term relationship, but she won't, it doesn't, the feeling I get, it doesn't feel connected. Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like she wants me, I guess.
Well, she
at
doesn't.
The same time.
Well, it sounds like she's, like I always say, there's a playbook, and it sounds like you're just not on the same page. And that's when you lack connection. So like something's off and you can't put your finger on it. And it could be that it sounds like she's not being vulnerable enough and being honest with you. Like you feel like she's holding back from
exactly.
Does that make sense?
That's exactly what it feels like.
Because I can just tell by the way you're saying it to me, you don't even know the details to tell me because you don't have them.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know how to say this, but I don't know much about, like, you don't know enough about her. Like, there's some puzzle pieces missing. And it's probably, this is what's weird. So psychology, the way it works is there's something called open loops. And so it's like a cliffhanger in a movie. It actually attracts you because you're trying to figure it out. So it kind of keeps you engaged, but at the same time it keeps you confused and uncomfortable. So like that's what's keeping you engaged in it too. Also is like, I got to figure this out. Maybe we are good. Like you're having in and out moments. She's kind of giving you vibes. But if I had to guess, and this is a guess, she probably had a damaged relationship prior to you that caused some problems, and then she's carrying that experience into with you, and she's treading lightly. And there's moments where she really likes you and she's into you, and then she kind of pulls back because people that, men and women, not just women, that have had bad relationships in the past, a lot of times they don't let those situations go, and anything that triggers that, they're very cautious and they're aloof, and that's not because of you necessarily. That's because of the relationship they had before you or years before you, and so that's probably where that's going. And I would just say that if you're hesitant right now, and there's some, it's a good thing to gauge too, is like when you interact with an individual, how do you feel afterwards? It's like, have you ever had a friend or a colleague? It's almost like you have a hangover after you deal with them. You're like, God, they're just a mess. They're just an energy sucker. It's like when you're with someone you're really into, you feel light. You feel good. You're like, wow, that was fun. That was nice talking to her. Like, I want to see her again. I want to hang out again. When you are with someone that's not like that, you kind of feel this like uneasiness or uncomfortableness, awkwardness. You don't feel like you want to call them right away again. And you got to gauge that. And it sounds like you kind of have that sometimes with her, this unknowing thing. So the weed might be one of those things that you just don't like, that you could accept, but it might be one of those things that is a clear thing that you don't like. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think everything you're saying is spot on, and with the weed, so much like I don't know if that's like the hugest issue. Like I wouldn't, if everything else was going well, and I could just wrap my head around being like, well, as long as she's not just being a stoner and sitting on her butt and doing nothing all day, then I can do that. Or if she's not acting out of character, rather. Because that would be a huge turnoff for me, is if she was acting out of character and just being like obnoxious or less intimate, and less serious about the relationship. That would be a turnoff. But I think, I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted. What were you saying?
No. I get it. I get what you're saying. That's okay. That's okay. So what I would say is that this situation is just unclear. I think you guys are on a different page a lot of times, and you lack smooth communication, and that might not change. And in the meantime, the treat at the end of the tunnel, whatever it may be for you, is keeping you in the game. So right. This is where you say you're a guy and whatnot. It's like what keeps you when you're getting intimate, in whatever way you're getting intimate. Then you rethink things like, oh, maybe this will work. Maybe I'm overlooking something. But the reality is, you just don't line up probably long term. It's more of a fun thing, and you appreciate being around her, and you appreciate the fact that she's highly attractive, and that's okay. And that's why you're hesitant to commit, because you know that probably long term you wouldn't vibe well. So what's the second situation that you want to talk about?
So there's my ex that came back into the picture after her, because her and I, the attractive one that I was just talking about, kind of like split for a little while and didn't talk. And so then the ex came back in, who is super caring, probably the most into me person, like in terms of like caring about me and stuff that I've had before, like than I've ever had before. But she I guess, just to cut it straight to the point, it's gonna sound shallow, but she's kind of like really overweight, and every time I just try to talk to her about health, like I never try to like say anything like negative towards her. I just brought up the word health, and that she just says that I'm calling her fat and closes up. And I've tried it multiple times, and like,
well, how long were you with her?
Just we were like off and on for like 2.5 years, 3 years.
But I mean, when you say off and on, you were officially boyfriend, girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, just, you know what I mean? It's different than just seeing each other. So
Right.
what were the reasons that you were off and on? What did you break up over? Because of her health, which you're translating to me as being fat, but you don't want to say it.
Right. Right.
Okay. So are those is that the direct reason? That, let me ask you this, 2.5 years when you first met her, did she look like she does now?
Yeah, but I don't know where I was at because I met her on Tinder too, and I didn't I was paying more attention to the conversation, which is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go in face value with the person and not really so much like the looks, just the conversation. But after time, I was like, that's not attractive to me. I don't know.
Well, you got to be honest with yourself. I mean, there's a lot of being politically correct and kind and being to people's feelings. Sometimes the only way I mean, weight's an issue, but I would say if that was her weight when you first met her, well, then you knew what you were getting into. It's one thing that someone just lets themselves go, but you have to be honest with yourself, because you're sacrificing a lot at 26 years old by just being with someone you're not attracted to, and you're even being soft about the idea that you're like, oh, it's your health, when in reality you're getting fat, so you don't want to say those words. And if you're not attracted to her, I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, I asked the other guy, what would you say your attraction is to her?
Physical attraction, probably, I don't know. I mean, maybe like a 4.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then it's probably not going to work long term. You know what I mean? You're 26 years old. Are you a healthy guy? Are you in pretty good shape?
Yeah, I've always been in shape. I run every day, so
here's the issue with that. You value that. You value that. And so when other people don't value it, even if it's friends and colleagues, you kind of look down on them. Not in a way, let me say, like, looking down on them. I don't mean that you look down on them and talk shit and make them feel bad, but in your head, you're like, God, get it together. It's like, I'll be honest, I've always been someone, whether it's metabolism or not, but I've always exercised regularly. I'm not like a Arnold Schwarzenegger or anything like that. I've always like gone running, played basketball, I go hiking. I'm active. Always have been. It's never been hard for me to do. It's never been like a chore. And then, someone will be like, oh, you're so lucky. You can eat what you want or this or that. It's like, actually, though, like, I do watch what I eat. I do this. So I value it. And sometimes when people complain or they're whining, the problem with people that are overweight is they think that they can't. Not all of them. Let me first say that. Not all of them.
Right.
But when they make excuses, they somehow think that it's a problem that they can't fix. Now, if they just like to eat a lot, there's plenty of men out there that like women that are heavy set. There's plenty of men. There's plenty of men. I actually like women that are a little thicker on the thicker side. I wouldn't say fat, but that being said, there's women that like chubby guys, vice versa. So she's not. But if she's the problem is when someone is the self-esteem issues of being fat affect relationships. So when you confront her and are like, yeah, I'd like you to, maybe go running from me or eat differently, and she blows up, it's never going to work, because she's taking you constructively trying to give her a positive encouragement towards something she doesn't want to change because she identifies with being bigger. And so that's fine. But, she knows what you mean when you're like, you got to be healthy or you got to this. And I think that if she's on a 4 on the attraction scale, you're gonna the thing that gets it about that is that I think when you're less attracted to people, and correct me if I'm wrong on the live stream, and I think that your attraction should be like at least a 6 in my opinion. It should be over a 5. It should be a 6. If you're getting grades in school, right? 60%'s a D, 70%'s a C, 80%. You know what I mean? The list goes on. Right. So like you're giving someone like an F on looks, right? And you're saying part of the problem is just a lack of making an effort, which is a different thing. Because some people make an effort and they do the best they can. They're a 6 or whatnot like that. But you are going to be more irritated when you stay with someone that is not attractive to you. You have less patience with them. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
So you're putting yourself in a tough situation in that. So at this point, what do you want with either one of these? So are you seeing both of these women now?
No, I mean, I'm not like in like an actual relationship with either one of them. And in fact, the overweight one, I've tried to, like, the thing is like she like I said, she cares about me a whole lot, and it feels nice, and like that's where like I kind of feel like an asshole sometimes to myself, because I'm just like, dude, like, this isn't supposed to be what matters. Like, you're kind of being shallow, which in a sense I am. And
who told you
it's
that?
kind of, oh, it's not so much that I mean, I wouldn't say that society is what's saying that's wrong, and you should be more. Oh, it is more of an internal feeling. Like I've struggled with this question for like a while now, like probably a year, because we've talked like a lot, and I enjoy talking to her and all this other stuff, but it's just like it's like it shouldn't even be such a big issue. I should move on if I didn't like her, but I do like her, but she's overweight. I don't know.
I don't think it's shallow. I don't think it's shallow at all. I think deep down you're fighting what you really feel. It's human nature to be attracted to certain types of people. And so, like I said, there's plenty of men out there that like women that are heavy set. There's a whole market for that. So that woman's not necessarily, and by the way, most of the time, not always, there's sometimes people with metabolism issues and different types of diseases or whatnot that can make you heavy set, or you have an injury, and I'm sensitive to that. So, but most of the time it's a lifestyle choice and habits choice. And for you to feel bad because you think someone's overweight and unattractive, I would add it's not good to be with someone out of pity. So if you're with someone and you have some pity for them, I don't know if you're really doing them a favor, because at the same time, deep down inside, you're not all in. And so you being in Southern California, there's a lot of women over there. There's a lot of opportunities. And the fact that she's caring, kind, and nice is good. I mean, that's solid, but it's not someone that you probably want to be with. You're sacrificing a lot by saying that you're with someone that you're not attracted to and doesn't line up with your values as far as health goes. And I like that you use the word health, because I do think it's more than looks. It's a health issue. And if you look at what attraction is based on, a lot of times you're looking at someone, you're attracted to them because you look at them as being someone that you could have a baby with. Now, you don't think of that in that terms, but that's how human nature is. It's like, oh, that person's genes look like someone I want to procreate with. That's what it comes down to. So, you have any other questions?
I mean, just real quick, I guess,
sure.
Like I've thought about that too, like the baby aspect and having kids and all that stuff. Because I mean, I'm young, but at the same time, my dad had me when he was like 21. So it's kind of like, I guess it just happens when it happens. But I've thought about that with her, and she'd be a great mother, like her personality and like her caring and all that stuff. But it's just like selfish reasons, and I don't know. Something in me is like, oh, dude, that's like, you're gonna regret that. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's like a double-edged sword, I guess. It's like, fuck, dude. Like,
I don't think you're being selfish. I think that somewhere in society, maybe in Southern California, in the way that the climate is, that you feel guilty because you can't even say that she's fat. Fat is a realistic word. It's like, and there was a time in my life briefly where I had some bad habits years back, and I actually had friends. I actually had a girlfriend like, you're getting fat. And you know what I did with it? I was like, really? Because I didn't even notice it, because I never identified with being overweight, right? And I think at the time I was drinking beers too often. I just was off, right? And I wasn't like, oh my God, I'm fat. Oh my God, I can't believe you said that. I took some fucking inventory on my life, and I changed my habits, and I lost like 10, 15 pounds or whatever, and got down to like a good weight and everything immediately. I didn't take it as like, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that to me.
right.
I just don't find, personally, I don't find it shallow. What would be shallow is to make mean comments, right? And say like, like you've come out and said it in a friendly, kind way. That being said, I don't think if you've known her 2.5 years and she hasn't really changed her weight, it's a habits issue, right? And so some people, I have friends like, oh, my metabolism's just different, or it's just not easy for me to lose weight. I don't know if you know who Rick Rubin is, the music producer. He's produced a lot of music, right? So he's famous. He's kind of an eccentric looking guy. He's heavy set. He's got a great interview with Tim Ferriss. It's on YouTube. And he said he struggled with his weight for like 20 years. He did this, he did that, he did this. And he finally found the remedy to lose weight. And it had to do with a lot of different diet he was eating and different things like that. But the reality is a lot of times it's a choice. And so you, like right now, you're like, oh, I shouldn't feel that way. But you do. It's like,
Right.
that's your real feeling. And so you feeling guilty about that, you don't, like I said, you don't want to go into a relationship because you feel sorry, or you should be with this person because they're really nice to you. There should be some attraction, because I'll tell you what, if you had a baby and you got married and she got bigger and she ignored being healthy more, you would just grow more and more contempt, and it would get really toxic really quick. And so letting her go and not making any more comments about the health thing, and just respecting the fact, like, all right, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you want to live your life, because you've obviously, this other woman that you've met, you know, the thing that people don't realize with Tinder or these dating apps, for a lot, like, it sounds like you're meeting people through them. It still takes time to meet someone that checks a lot of the boxes and lines up with you long term. Like, you can meet people that, like, oh, I'm really attracted to them, but this. I really think she's carrying a nice but this. And so when you're going to line up someone as a long-term partner or whatever, it's a different game. So right now, you like I said, these two relationships that you just mentioned, you can continue seeing each other. That's not a problem. But don't get wrapped up or entangled in the idea of feeling guilty if you don't want to go forward with them because they don't line up long-term with you. There's something there too about this guilt that you have, that you should be a certain way. That's kind of deeper. Someone when you were young probably had some really high expectations on proper thinking, and that's been bestowed upon you to be a certain way, because it's okay that you feel like she's overweight and you're not attracted to her. It's okay. I don't think that's that bad. I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think you're a bad guy. A bad person would be, calling her out in front of her friends, and making. I've been around people that are like, yeah, she's getting fat, like in front of her friends. I'm like, wow, that's mean. Telling someone, wow, hon, I wish you'd go to the gym more often, or something like that. Like, having a private conversation is constructive. It's you telling someone how you really feel. So I wouldn't feel that bad about that. But you're 26 years old. You're in Southern California. You're a free agent. Embrace that.
Yeah.
He takes a deep breath. It's a good thing, man. And you're healthy and good shape. Shit. I mean, even this girl that had some problems, right? Like you said, she's hot. She's really good looking. If you pulled her and she's interested in you, then you're doing some things right? You just haven't found someone that lines up as much as you want. So you got to be selective. It's kind of like, if you're going out looking for a job and you just take the first job, even though it's crappy, because you don't want to keep looking. And then you get stuck there for 2 or 3 years. You know what I mean? It's like that happens too. Are you happy with other parts of your life? You got a good job?
I mean, working on it. I don't have the most, I mean, it does what it needs to do, pays the bills, and I'm working on some other stuff.
Good.
So, I mean, I got hobbies that I enjoy and
good,
all that.
Yeah, that's important, man. That's important, yeah. The books that I mentioned are probably good ones to go to, The Rational Male and Models, and brush up on those kinds of things, because sometimes they open up some things for a lot of people that they didn't notice. And I just did a review of No More Mr. Nice Guy on my channel. Maybe check that out, because sometimes you're just looking at things a little wrong. That's all. Give yourself a break. You don't seem like a bad guy. You just seem like relationships aren't meant to make you feel guilty.
Yeah.
Especially when you didn't do something that bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? All right, bud. All right, thanks for calling in.
Thank you for all your time too, man. Appreciate it.
No worries, bud. Enjoy Southern California and the weather, bud. Take it easy, all right?
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. Dun, 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 dun. Stelena, do you want to talk or no? A lot of shallow people in SoCal. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't think he was being shallow, though.
Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, we got 15 still on deck, 18 likes, $24 on. Yeah, I am hungry. I'm going to go soon. Selena, I will talk to you if you want to talk on Skype on male psychology here. I'd like to get one more female on, but if not, I might come on later on. This has been really fun, though. I'm definitely going to enjoy the call-in experience. Time for the Tassie Devil to get. I'll have a secret admirer chatting me up. Good for you, Tassie Devil. I'm about to have some pad thai. 5-hour stream? That's got to be a record on YouTube.
How many?
5 hours.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. What time when we start now? About 10?
About 10, yeah.
Oh yeah. It's now. It's almost 3 now.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone. Yeah.
Any closing questions, folks? It looks like Stelena doesn't want to talk. Stelena, I need to sleep now. It's 5 a.m. here. Probably next time. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, guys. XOXO. Aleph is back. That's right, Oscar. Aleph is back. Thank you for your time and feedback. Glad I downloaded the Skype app. Digital Cannon, all the best, my friend. Everyone that donated, Luna Martinez and Brand New Skinner, I appreciate it. It helps keep me going. And I'll be back on soon. I'll have a schedule up, and we'll be doing more and more calls. This is a lot of fun. I'm glad to help Barat. I wanted to say T-Lock.
T-Rock. T-Rock is me like.
Windy Dawn, thanks so much. Oh, wow. You were just listening, huh, hon? I appreciate it. $9.99. Thank you. Windy Dawn, you are loyal. Wow. Do you listen to this when you're at work? Because sometimes you don't make a lot of comments. This has been awesome. Okay, cool. Really appreciate it. Aaron Rodriguez is on. Aaron, aren't you in Mexico? Or am I wrong? Are you the one that has the pizza place? You do listen at work. Wow. She listened the whole time at work. Well, we're going to continue to do more calls like this, and I think it's going to be great. I think a lot of you enjoyed this, and it's helpful to individual situations, so I really appreciate that. I appreciate the comments and the small donations or the big donations or what have you. I really appreciate it. It's great. All right, folks, it's been lovely. It's been grand. It's been good, and I'm out. It's curtains.
Bye-bye.